Jesus Christ, time flew by me. What the fuck? I've been messing around with some PvP, and apparently I've been doing that for way longer than I expected. Yo. Hello, hello. Here we are. Oh, I was not ready for this. Okay, 25 minutes is fine. PoE is the real game? It is, kinda. Most of the things about PoE is what you choose between maps, right? Right. Ugh. I'm so not ready. Okay. Stuff up. Holy shit. That just completely caught me by surprise. Right. So, I figured if we're gonna make a new build, I wasn't really sure what was gonna excite me, other than a Mjolnir. So I figured it only right if we go from a blue balls to some penis brand, right? So that's what I've been playing around with, because I figured I have this thing. So we might as well use that, right? That's decent, at least. It does put a bit of restrictions on, but I think that's okay. I think we need to reduce the price of it if I'm going to try and sell it, but right, that thing. I've been playing around with an absolute abomination of a tree. I figured there's three options. It was either Inquisitor, because I want a lot of things over here. It was Elementalist, because I want a lot of things in this area. Or it was Shadow. I guess it could have been Assassin, but I think Assassin is like poison. And wasn't that the thing that was last nerfed? And I'm pretty excited about the Trickster in general, so we went with the Trickster. I've been playing around with some, what's it called? Some cluster jewels. I don't really like cluster jewels when you have this thing, but they do some good things. This is expensive as fuck, but it is also... Oh, wait. Like this. I don't think this is worth it. I just like this. And I needed mana before. It's been a bit of a ride. I've done multiple things. I've been pathing down here. I'm also considering just taking this away, which feels bad. Just going like zoop, not have this. And then we can go in here and get it like this. I don't know which one. Phasing or... It doesn't matter. But then I won't get the... Then I won't get the evasion rating mastery. Right? There's none of those here. Like this is the closest one, right? I mean, I guess I could go in here. But that's still kind of far off. And this is evasion and energy shield. So it kind of made sense if I wanted to get this, that I'd go there. PI combined with CI. The P brand combined with CI is a very bad idea, though. How come? It requires too big of an investment, or into both? Yeah, we can do Discord if you want. I'm just real quick, I'm gonna open up my idea page, because I feel like if you're saying that that is a bad idea, I feel like there was something in there that I could make work. Something was a chieftain, I think. Wait, I have two of them? Oh crap, I have two of them. Oh. Oh, the Nebulous Scepter, right? Wait. The Nebulous Scepter is lightning and cold, right? So Celatry and hatred. What if... Let's trash this. Don't save. Okay. Nebulous. Right? Increase cold damage, performance and cold yeah. Whatever, we'll take a little bit of a higher roll. Do it like this. Oh, those are pretty high rolls. Whatever. Use that. What if we go... Won't I have to convert it to fire then as well? We'll go penis brand. Wait, so if I convert things, what kind of penetration do I need? Do I need the one it ends at, or does it not matter? This isn't how you scale. Wait, it used to be? This did work while it was OP as fuck. Oh, so they used the Nebulous last leak? Oh. Okay. There's exactly... Well, if there's only one way to do it, then I don't want to do it. Then I want to do something else. Because if it has to be super precise and that's the thing, then I don't want to do it. I've been looking around a little bit It seems to be power charges with a Legion jewel, right? That gives you more damage per power charge, right? And then Relicash. You looked into some builds as well? I can feel that there's a bit of hipster in me. I don't want to play what everybody else is playing. I want to figure something out. They aren't crazy expensive either. I don't understand though. Why is CI not a good idea with Penance Brand? It doesn't seem to have any inherent reason as to why that's a bad idea. Is it because you have to invest heavily into both Energy Shield but also heavily into Penance Brand scaling? Is that why? Yeah, we can do Discord. Wait, what is this look? Oh my god. Well, I was gonna do something with this to check the damage. I just put on nothing, honestly. I just want to see if we just make a whatever scepter here, how this damage pans out. There we go. And it's like 80% spell damage ish for what's it called, essence, right? Oh, I guess now we want all of these, right? The physical spell gems and the lightning spell gems. I'm completely on the wrong track? Probably. That's okay though. Let's get a cast speed in the here-ish. It's not even close. I mean, it doesn't have to be close. It just has to work. That's a pretty whatever, right? Where are we at? 256. That is not a lot. Yeah, that's probably not gonna work. That is probably not gonna work. Now, but it's something... No, I won't. You're right. And I don't want to play that, I guess. I thought with more scaling from this, there's about 30%. And then slap on the auras and shit, that it would do something. But it seems it won't. Yo, Jester. I've made an abomination. New build? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out something to play. But I don't know. I've been thinking about it, and the only thing I could really come up with was I wanted to use this one. I tried to I wanted to use this one, and I was told that this is a penance brand one. And I tried to make something. I was looking around a little bit, and I was looking if there's any uniques that a lot of people were using, if there's any whatever. And from what I could gather is you go power charges, and then you have like a legion thing that is 3% more damage per power charge or per charge or whatever it is. And then you rock Ralakesh with, there's a shield. Was it Malachi something that does something? Right, this, yeah. So it's like you rock this shield with power charges and that Legion jewel. And that's how you're doing it. I guess that is a lot of more scaling. I was thinking I'd replace that with this, right? But then why would I replace it if I could just add it on to? That's still not how you scale penance brand? Oh, really? I was looking through some shit on PoB Ninja, and that's what a lot of people were doing. Oh, PoE Ninja, sorry. Just looking at, see if there was any tech I could steal. One thing I didn't get, and there's a lot of people who's picking CI. Oh wait, they had the Legion jewel. Maybe that's why, because it doesn't show up right. Yeah, that's probably why. That's probably the Legion jewel. Never mind. There's a lot of people picking Chaos Inoculation with Painted Jewel. I was like, that's not all gonna work. But then obviously they have this point as well, and it's probably the Legion jewel. Right. If it's not Penis brand, but like that's I don't know what to play then. I don't know what to get excited about. If penance brands can only be scaled, what is it you want to achieve farm with the new build? Well, ultimately I want to do bosses, right? But it needs to be able to do tier 17s. The biggest problem for me right now is I'm not defensively strong enough on the ball lightning. So I was just trying to find some sort of I figured it was messing around with like just a concept, and we could try and figure out what would work and what wouldn't, and then throw some divines at it on like Sunday after I leveled it and see where it ends. I figured P-Brain can absolutely farm tier 17. Yeah, I remember you saying that, but it's just if there is quote-unquote one way only of scaling penance brand, then I'm not overly excited about it, because then I basically have to look up a build guide, right? And I kind of want to... It feels pretty good to have been... I'm not saying achieved it alone, but like all of the choices that's been made on the ball lightning, I've been a part of, right? It feels better. There's one to scale if you also want to have defenses. Yeah. And if there's only one way of doing it, then I don't know if I'm that excited about it then. Like, I look at this and I kind of want to use that, right? The odds of finding a homebrew build capable of farming tier 17 is close to 0. I guess. I mean, it's not that it... It's not that it can't be the same, right? Or close to. It's just I kind of want to figure it out on my own, right? And if there's only one way of scaling the gem, then there's no way I figure that out on my own. Then it's literally just I'm being told what works, and there we go. Whereas I would much rather take something that has a couple of options and then decide something, go with it, and then, like we've done with the ball lightning, right? We started out with just bullshit I put together and slowly been pushing it what's it called, towards, as a problem occurs, we solve the problem. As another problem occurs, we solve that problem. As another problem occurs, we solve that problem. And it slowly turned into something that's probably pretty close to what, like, not pretty close, because obviously they're farming shit, right? But something that is a lot closer to whatever the build guides and meta stuff says. But the point of the matter is I've gotten there. Not by myself, but you get what I mean, right? We've gotten there through efforts, combined efforts, I guess, but without opening up something and they're telling me this is how. That'll get you to pinnacle bosses, tier 17s, not so much. Yeah, I guess. But then again, there are people capable of making these builds, right? So they understand scaling and they have the insight to see what works and what doesn't work, right? And I want to get there. I don't want to just copy what they've been doing. I want to get to the point where I can make stuff work. And I'm okay with it not being the literal best thing in the world. But I just want to get somewhere that makes sense. I don't know if that... I don't know.
Good day.
It feels bad if it's just, hey, here you go, scale it like this and you win. I want to make choices. Oh, for sure. But I get that. But the only way of getting there is to learn, right? 100% I am completely not capable of doing this, right? But that's okay. Because I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna figure it out. Whereas if I'm just kind of given a solution, then I don't want to achieve my goal that way, if that makes sense. I care less about farming tier 17s and farming Noober bosses than how I get there. How does this look? This could be cool.
Hail, Godslayer.
Hydrosphere is a shit damaging ability, I remember you saying. Void Sphere? Create a Void Sphere which hinders enemies in an area around it, with the debuff being strong on enemies close to the sphere. Those are regularly pulse. Oh, this sounds annoying. It is, the only thing is, it's because I didn't know what to pick, so I decided let's try and use this one, right? And that pushes me into using hatred, and hatred makes me want to do a physical scaling thing. It doesn't have to be a spell from hatred, right? But I think it does from zealotry, right? So combining these two, yeah, combining these two means it has to be, well, it doesn't have to be, but a physical spell, right? Because otherwise I'm wasting shit. And that kind of leaves not that many options. There's Divine Ire. Where is it? Which one's Divine Ire? This one. But I'm not overly enthused, like, I'm not overly excited about the channeling aspect of it. There's Penance Brand, which was what I figured I was going to try, but if there's only one way of doing Penance Brand, then fuck that. And then I guess there's this, but looking at the numbers, it seems to suck. Massive balls. I mean, it's bigger than Divine Ire. But this has how many stages? How many stages does Divine Ire have? Ten stages. Maybe we could go railgun. It looks fucking cool, but it's slow as fuck. Glacial Cascade is pretty much a trap mine skill. Yeah, looking at it is like the final burst deals 200% more damage. And this thing does 240 per stage, and there's 10 stages. Well, 9, I guess, because it's after the first. Bam. I think this gameplay would annoy me.
Hail, Godslayer.
Those are kind of the options, right? If I want to use both of those auras. And then I figured if I'm going zealotry, then I'm doing crit, right? I mean, we can talk about how I got to this shit tree, right? I figured crit. I needed the auras. Energy shield, because this, right? And he, well, armor and energy shield is kind of useless, so I guess I regret that one. Oh, wait. I can't do this. Oh, I've just fucking made a gigantic blunder, I guess. Maybe not. I mean, this is still 10% physical DR, right? But it's probably better. I don't know. We'll scrap this. I'm not excited about it anymore. If there is but one way of scaling Penance Brand, then I don't want to do it. Okay, well, we're back to square one then. We're back to square one then.
Hail, Godslayer.
Because I don't see myself doing trap mines, and I don't see myself doing this channeling stuff where it's basically if you don't stand still for long enough, it's like nothing. So I guess this Watcher's Eye is just gonna be left unused, which is sad, but there it is. What should we do then?
Godslayer.
Because I had two ideas with the Penance Brand. One was the one with the Trickster, and the other one was Chieftain. With Nebulas. Because I remember we were talking about using that for this league. And I figured it will work well there.
There's only one fate. Bye bye. You kill so good at.
You surprise me, Hillock.
It's just because Penance Brand looks cool, honestly. Oh shit, that's not good. I'm not doing that. Oh, whoa, I'm getting my ass whooped. Those sulfite monsters are kind of scary. It's also one of the things as well is even if I do it wrong, right? That's still a learning process. Whereas I realize, oh, I don't have enough points to make this work, or I don't have the item budget needed to get whatever, right? Those are the things that I need to learn somehow. And I don't learn to do that if I don't try. If I just go look up, hey, how do you do Penance Brand, or how do you do whatever, just look up a build. Yeah, I can probably figure out somewhat why things are made, but I don't feel like I'm going to learn much from it. Dude, the more I encounter Expedition, the less I like it. Having to look at all this bullshit. Dropping it.
Are you sure about that one?
No, I'm not sure about that one. You're just gonna have to deal with it. Ugh. Really? Whatever.
Ah, it's treasure you're after.
No, it's everything. There.
Well met.
You think I'm starting the process the wrong way? Yeah, I mean, okay. It depends on how you look at it, right? If it was just, yeah, I just wanna do tier 17s and I wanna kill the Ubers and that's my goal, right? Then of course I'm doing it wrong, right? Because then I'm just putting in. At the same time, then if I was playing SSF, that would also be doing it wrong, right? If the only goal is just completion, then for sure. But it's less that I just want to do the content and more I want to feel some sort of ownership over the character that I've done the content with. Does that make sense?
Good eye, Exile.
It's about wanting to figure it out on your own. I don't want to figure everything out on my own. And it's not necessarily either that I need to be the one figuring it out as much as I want to be a part of the process of getting there, right? Like if I wanted to be the one to figure everything out, then I wouldn't take any advice, right?
You surprise me,
So it's not entirely that I want to figure everything out, and more, yeah. I mean, you get it. I'm sure you. It is a bit of a weird spot to be in, right? I don't need to explain the same thing over. No, sorry.
Other ways, some beasts congregate for a
Okay, fine.
I'm glad we could come to an understanding.
pretty roots, just the
Okay. Wait, how so? I'm curious as to what you mean. Because I thought you meant I'm taking an inefficient and slower route. That is very unlikely to succeed. Right. Okay, what do you want to do? Do you want to call or do you want to join a server or something? Yeah, I just got distracted. You don't care? I guess I can invite you to this one. Here. I'll just set up a room then. Oh, there's one here, right here. Does this still work? Yeah, this still works. What's this? Okay, there you go. I'm still setting up the thing, so it's not... And honestly, I've kind of abandoned it a while ago because I haven't had the use for it, but it'll work, I guess. Oh no. Right, okay.
Hail, Godslayer.
Get rid of this. While I remember, I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow because there's a family stuff and I forgot about it until like yesterday. So just while I remember, no stream tomorrow, but we'll be back Sunday and I'll remember to tweet it as well. Am I muted in here? Is it not going through to my headphones? Or have you not said anything? Yo, can you hear me? I can't hear you. Why can't I hear you? I can't hear you for some reason. I'll try to figure it out, I guess. Where do we have this? It's going into where it's supposed to go into. And that should be going into my headphones. What? And there's volume on it. Oh no, what have I done? Is there something in here? What the hell is happening? Why does it not work? Okay, so why the fuck does it not work? Discord sound settings. It's set to go to the chat of my mixer. That's where it's set to go. Nothing's muted. It's set to go to the chat. TC Helicon Go XLR. Open up that thing. Go to the stream. Go to routing. Chat is routed to my headphones. It should be here. I should be able to hear what is being sent. Why am I not able to? Volume mixer? There's 2 Discords? Why is there 2 Discords? I'm just gonna manually set them to go here. Did you try? No. Can you try and say something? For fuck's sake. It's not your mic, right? Just so I don't go crazy, right? It is my shit that's not working, right? He's lighting up green, but I can't hear shit. Yeah, my microphone is muted. Oh, you can't hear me at all? When I unmute? Hopefully it's not your mic. Because everything looks like it's good on my end. Okay, I'm just gonna turn another real quick. Is Jester here so I can abuse him? Let's see if Jester's here real quick. Let's see. Let's see. You should. Yo, can you hear me? Okay, so it's either... Thank you, Jester. I appreciate it. Alright. So it's either your microphone or it's my Discord channel. Because it's not my stuff, like my PC. So it's either your microphone or it's my, what's it called, or it's my, like, what's it called, Discord channel stuff. I guess we could try just calling. See if that works. I still can't hear you. Why can't I hear you? Is it streamer stuff? Not that you're low, right? You're gonna blow my eardrums out in a second here, I'm scared. Oh, wait! I'm so scared of getting my eardrums blown out. Barely. I think, can you turn up your microphone a little bit? I have you on 200% and I have the freaking changer turned up like to high heavens. It'll probably be... Oh, I'm gonna turn down before because otherwise I'm getting my ears blown to high heavens. I'm not doing that. I've done that once before. I reckon you'd have to go to the settings and then it's just... What is it? Voice and video and just the sound on the mic, I guess. Just crank it. Otherwise, I don't know. Kind of scary. I have you to 150 now and I have everything turned off. So if you all of a sudden you find it, my headset's gonna blow my eardrums. I don't want my eardrums to bleed. Oh, I hear a little bit. You didn't change anything? I can kind of hear you now. Not very clearly, but if I strain myself and turn down the game and everything. But you didn't change anything. What microphone do you have? Oh, it's just a normal headset. So there's no, I guess there's no like voice control on the headset then, yeah. Because if you're using something like a Yeti or something else, they usually have a gain button. Yeah, just for you. Yeah, okay. I mean, the only thing I can think of is you have to fuck with the gain somewhere. Either on Discord or maybe you have some microphone software or a headset software or something. Do you have like a headset software or something? That might have some microphone settings that can add some gain to it. Uh, 100% in Discord? Do you have something outside of Discord that you can fuck with maybe? Like, I don't know if the volume mixer will do it, sound settings or something. In the system you're on 100? Okay. Wait, I know now why people are saying my microphone is quiet. I have it on 71 in my systems. Huh. Because you can turn yourself up in both in Discord and in just the Microsoft sound, whatever, if you're using Microsoft. For Discord, it's just the cog for settings, and then voice and video, and then you have your, well, in Danish it's entrance sound strength or whatever sound, whatever it is. I don't know what it translates to. There's two, one for mic and one for headset, and the mic is to the left. Yeah, output. Right, that makes sense. Wait, output is for your headset. There you go. I can hear you. Yeah. Now I can hear you. There we go. You have to save it. Oh, there we go. It sounded like you got quiet again. Yeah. You work. I can hear you at least. Yeah, I can hear you. I can. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I do think okay. Oh, right. That's fucking cool, actually. Okay. It's kind of weird because none of the ones that I saw on POV was doing that. Because I was thinking about going something with Ivory Tower. But I wanted on like at the end I wanted Chaos Inoculation instead. Because it's cool to be immune to chaos damage, I guess, but I think I looked around on PoE Ninja, right? And I think I checked like 10-ish builds, and they were all doing the same thing with the power charges and the shield with the power charges, and just that. But I guess they were glass cannon then. No, they were all using Mage Blood. No, it was all Mage Bloods. That's the Maven one, right? The one I already have a couple of. But doesn't that... Don't they recover life? Or recoup life? Or do they recoup energy shield as well? Oh yeah, as energy shield. Yeah, true. Okay. Well, I was... The idea was to use the ghost dance or whatever for the recoup. And potentially instincts as well. Yeah. The only mitigation things I know of is obviously resistances and converting fist to resistances or converting to resistances, and then suppress and armor. Those are the only three I know. What are the other ones? Oh, right, they give, yeah, true. Oh yeah, but it's not okay, right. Yeah, it's not DR specifically. Yeah, it's not DR specifically. Okay, I get it. Right. Yeah, true. I know about that one as well. Did that work anymore? Didn't they change that? The flask doesn't have DR on them anymore. They have max resistances, right? Oh, I thought it was just strictly the 20% reduction of elemental damage on the flask specific to the element it was adding resistance to. That was the one I was thinking of, that they removed that. That's what I thought you meant when you said you could use flasks to get DR. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, so the way I attack it when I want to try and make a build or make something is I figure out what skill gem I want to use, what looks cool. And once I figure out what I want to use, then I go to the defenses. I look what side of the tree I'm on, I look what I'm going to try and get. And then see what damages along the way for the... how much preservation efficiency I need and all of that shit in order to get the auras, how much I can squeeze in. But I do start with the gem so that I can pick the class ascendancy and then pick the defenses. That's how I've been doing it. Yeah. Is it actually 200k? Where do I do that? How do I turn that off? Oh, okay. I I don't feel like it's the lack of, unless I'd be topped up instantly after I take a big hit. No, but that's like, I only have 3,200 life, right? And if I use Arcane Cloak, I still have more mana than needed.
I must have time to gather my will.
I can't redirect. Yeah, as soon as it breaks off my energy shields and start consistently going into my mana, as soon as it breaks off into my energy shield and starts consistently taking out of my mana, it's a problem. But for the most part, I don't think sustain is as big of an issue as it is just I'm getting absolutely clapped instantly by something. I don't feel myself sitting low a lot of the time. Anything. For the most part, all my resources are more or less fine until I just get clocked. Oh, we need that much mitigation. Okay. That's a... Okay. That's a lot of sustain on. So maybe that's where I'm going wrong. Yeah, I can tell you're listening from the stream and not from the Discord, so it goes awkward a little bit. Because I'm not going for I'm trying to make me take less damage, whereas what it sounds like I should be doing is let me just regenerate a crap ton of everything all the time. Nah, it would have to be something like melding of the flesh and then swap out the water's eye. Wait, really? You should be able to. It doesn't make any sense. Have you turned? Am I turned down or something for you? Because Jester heard me just fine. And try cranking it up because okay, I'll not yell then. I can speak a little bit louder maybe. Can you hear it now? No, it doesn't sound like you can hear it. Is Discord sound going into your headphones then? Because I'm assuming it's you. Because I went into the Discord with Jester and he heard me just fine. Does it work now? There we are. Then I can actually also put you on the stream if you're okay with it, because I couldn't before because of the echo and it would get fucking annoying for everybody.
Going to talk about my secret businesses and whatnot.
No, it's more if you're uncomfortable with it, then I wouldn't put you on there, right?
I don't really care. It's not, you know, anything secret.
I mean, the only way I could see myself increasing something on the ball lighting is basically either the melding of the flesh with then purity swapped in. And then obviously you have to reallocate a bunch of points, I guess. I mean, I'd have to... The only real place of, what's it called, max res is a bit far away, right? There's one up here somewhere for lightning and one for cold somewhere, but I need one specific type. Then it would be a flask, I guess, to get 5. I guess I have to traverse down to the nodes to get more. Or a shield. Those are the only... I mean, I guess there's the... you can get it on the chest as well with either Exile or Über, right?
Yes, and you could get some on the boots as well, but yeah. Melding comes with a hefty downside. It has like, I don't know, best roll would be something like -70 or 80 all res.
Oh, is it that much? I thought it was 30.
No, it's absolutely get fucked downside.
I thought swapping Wrath for Purity would be enough, but no.
Yeah, well, for that specific element that the Purity is gonna cover, yes.
Oh,
For the others,
of the elements,
no.
right?
Purity of the elements is not going to increase your max res, though. So that's not...
right, true. Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot that that had plus max rest on there. Yeah, I don't think... I mean, you could, I guess, with the ball lightning, but it seems a little bit... It seems like you start over, right? Almost.
I mean, there are other ways. You could, for instance, just equip a lore weave and pretend it had perfect resistance rolls, and now your max res are 78. It's not gonna do, you know, it's not gonna, you know, increase the max values massively, but it's going to help, right? And usually, Lore Weave is going to be combined with an Eternal Damnation amulet, which is absolute bullshit for this build, but that's how it's usually done. Because Eternal Damnation is going to mitigate elemental damage as additionally by applying half the chaos damage to it also, right? And the minus max resistances will not apply because Lore Weave prevents that from happening. But that amulet is complete bullshit for your build.
It's at least swapping out a serious foible, which is really good.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem.
I think the amulet on its own is fine for the build, right? It has mana. But
yeah, but you lose the regen and whatnot.
Yeah,
so
you also
the opportunity
like
cost
the reduced whatever it is of attributes is huge for me at the moment.
Yes, exactly. So it's not a great choice, but that's usually how it's done with Lore Weave.
Yeah, I have seen people do that.
What you could also do, and I would not recommend it in the current version of the build, would be either going for Vow or Incandescent Heart, because both armors would switch elemental damage towards Chaos Res, which means you do need way more Chaos Res than you do have right now, or fourth Vow would actually use armor. That same thing, you don't have any armor. Not nearly enough to make fourth Vow a good choice. And Incandescent Heart would require far more chaos resistance. But if you had that, then that would be a good option too.
Yeah. I was thinking about using Incandescent Heart on the Trickster as well with CI.
You should, 100%. There's no reason to not use it.
It just kind of hurts if you go CI and it has life on, and then all of a sudden you also go a spell damage and it has attack damage leech as life. All of a sudden,
yes, it's counterintuitive, but it makes perfect sense. It's such a good chest.
And also, if you're trying to do evasion rating, no, it's armor.
Yeah, true. Well, I mean, that is because spell suppression exists, right? Most of the incoming damage is gonna be spells. It's just what it is. Most of the bosses are using spells. That is why spell suppression is so valuable. I think it's overvalued, but it is a very strong stat nonetheless. So if you go evasion, you kind of have to go spell suppression. That's just the way it is. And if you're not on the right side of the tree, you're gonna have real problems to cap spell suppression.
Yeah.
So that's when you want to go for max res instead. But the problem is, how do you get there? And that's rough.
It feels a little bit like you need to be here. Either, I mean, Inquisitor can do it, right? But Inquisitor, Juggernaut, or what's it called? Duelist, if you want to go max res, because it's right here. and you kind of have to be either duelist. Which one's that one? Deadeye, whatever that is, Ranger, or Trickster Boy, if you want to go for suppress, because a lot of the shit is here. And then it feels like when you're up here, you should be going for energy shield, but it doesn't quite work. That's what it feels like to me.
Energy shield can work, but it's difficult to pull off. It's very difficult. It's definitely not a league starter build. You will have to play for a little longer and farm the gear and whatnot, but yeah, you can do it. 100%.
It's also kind of wild because this, I mean, maybe it will break it completely, right? But if Mind Over Matter would just work on fucking energy shield as well, all of a sudden you have DR on that size and you've kind of fixed it. But that might just be overpowered as fuck.
Yeah.
It just seems like you get all the tools to make not energy shield work while mixed in with you're supposed to do energy shield.
Yeah, they don't want you to use all three resources. So not life and energy shield and mana. All three of them combined is difficult. The only one who can really do it, I think, would be Trickster. Just because Trickster has recovery for everything. But it's on kill, so it's extremely unreliable while fighting bosses. And most likely it's not gonna be enough. Unless you only go for energy shield, because Trickster can leech energy shield and has overleech for energy shield. That's what's making Trickster really, really strong.
It's just weird, right? Because in terms of DR, on the left side, you have armor and you have max reses. On the right side, you have suppress, which is insane, right? Oh, sorry, on the right side you have suppress. But there's nothing up top other than Mind Over Matter.
Spellcasters are traditionally very hard to build defensively. It's possible, but it's very, very hard.
They should just make Mind Over Mana work on the energy shield. Boom, you have an overpowered thing. I mean, balanced and fire. Right.
I mean, you can steal the ascendancy from any other witch class and try to help it that way, right? That's a thing. And Vile Bastion, for instance, would be something that a lot of ES builds want from Occultist, because it's gonna give them stun immunity and regen, a fuck ton of regen while they're killing stuff.
Yeah.
And that's gonna keep them afloat. It's not necessarily great for bossing, but you know, it's stun immunity, so it's always gonna be good.
Yeah, but you'd wanna... You'd have to be Elementalist or Necromancer then, right? In order to steal it.
Right. I mean, one of the tankiest classes in the game right now would be Inquisitor. It's fucking insane how absolutely blasted Inquisitor is.
Really?
And that's, yeah, it is only, and really only because Pious Path.
Yeah, that thing's insane.
Is completely broken, and that's actually one of the builds I found that I thought was interesting. Let me copy the... Is it
Pious Path with Eldritch Battery and Mind Over Matter, yeah?
That's one way to sustain mana indefinitely, yes. That is a very good way to do it, but here's another approach from a dude who is going blood magic, meaning he does not need any mana, and he actually doesn't have any mana, but he's stacking life all the way. It was like what, 14,000, 15,000 life, some stupid number.
16,000. Jesus.
Yes, and it's all because of the amulet. Basically the amulet says, just don't use skill gems and you get a fuck ton of life. That's what it's.
So he
That's
has a
what it
6
does.
link basically, and that's it.
Yes, if you check his gear or his skills, he basically doesn't have any skills because he wants as many empty red sockets as he can get. And
Wait, he's righteous fire natty with El Tornado Elemental of Turbulence.
mm-hmm.
And then
And,
Purity and Eternal Blessing.
Yes. And the main skill, his tornado, is sitting in a helmet that's just giving
Right.
him casual 8 extra level to the skill gem and double damage and all bullshit, so he doesn't need any supports. And that's essentially the build. Now, because he stacks so much life, he's also gonna go melding on the skill tree that's granting him, what was it, like 3 or 4% of his life as energy shield. And then he has a Legion Jewel that's then giving him another 15-ish% of life as extra energy shield. And that's where the 4,000 energy shield that he has is coming from. It's 4,000 or 4,500 energy shield for free. He doesn't really have any energy shield on his gear. It's just, hey, I have so much life, why don't you give me that extra as energy shield? And because Pious Path regens life and energy shield, he basically doubles his regen. And Corrupted Soul guarantees that half of the damage bypasses his energy shield, therefore hitting the life pool and energy shield, so both life and energy shield will regen simultaneously, which is essentially doubling his regen. That's what it does. And so he can run Righteous Fire without any investment into resistances, not really. And he still has a total net recovery of 6,500 life or some bullshit. So
So that is kind of stupid. I was thinking about using that was one of the things when you showed me the Corrupted Soul here a couple of days ago. That was one of the things where I was thinking about doing Inquisitor with that thing. Because of the Pious Path.
yeah, that is definitely a good way to do
But
it.
I was definitely not thinking about doing that fucking amulet or whatever and just not use any skill gems.
I mean, yeah, that has been introduced last week, I think, in Affliction. It's a new thing, and he's using Rathpith's Globe as his shield, which basically says, hey, if you have a lot of life, why don't you also get a lot of crit and crit multi for free, just because, right?
Wait, what does that?
Check his shield. What it does. The Rathpith Globe.
Oh. Okay, well, there you go.
So he has all the crit and all the crit multi in the world just because. And then you're Inquisitor, which means if you crit, you ignore resistances, so you don't need any curses or anything. So why don't you combine all of that and have a good time? Now, he doesn't really have any damage if you look at it. It's not even 3 million. But he's also not really scaling any damage. If you look at his tree, it's just, let me get all the life, all the regen, and nothing else. That's the tree. Couldn't be any simpler than this.
That is fucking
And-
stupid.
Yeah. And the moment you combine, or you turn your defense into damage, it's gonna be broken. That's just the way it is in this game. And you have to find those loopholes to make it work. This is a very new concept. Like I said, this amulet has only been introduced last week. And he's sacrificing his helm slot for the, what is it, Crest of Desire or whatever. But you could also use an Elder or Shaper or whatever helmet and craft a 6 or 7 link helmet and then just use that. It would change nothing in terms of the build. You would still have the same thing going on, but you would be able to use practically any skill you want. The only condition for Inquisitor is it has to be elemental to ignore resistances. So if you have that, you clearly want to be elemental. Why wouldn't you? But other than that,
Casual level 33, quality fucking 57 gem.
yeah, why not?
The fuck does the quality do?
I think it's move speed on the tornadoes, so it's basically just extra clear speed.
So it just goes zoom.
Yeah, I looked at the footage of him clearing maps and it was actually atrocious. Well, I mean, I'm a softcore pleb, so I'd be, give me all the damage, and he's hardcore solo self-found, right? So he's the exact opposite. He just wants to survive, and if it takes him half an hour to clear a map, then that's what it is. But you don't have to go his route and be like, give me all the defenses and let me sacrifice all the damage. You could actually spec into some damage, and then the numbers would be very different, right? But dealing 3 million damage without really investing into any damage is insane, if you think about it.
Yeah, that is pretty nuts.
And once you tried to invest into damage, this build is going to be broken. There's no doubt about it. And if you look at, I mean, he's solo self-found, so he doesn't have crazy gear. He can't buy anything. He has to use whatever he finds. The concept of the build is just so simple that it simply works. It's just, okay, let me get my resistances covered, and other than that, I'd like to have a fuck ton of life and life regen. Pretty please and thank you. That's the build, right? However, there's a downside to his shield. He has to sacrifice 10% of his life whenever he is casting. So he doesn't want to spam his ability. He would want a duration-based skill that's just doing stuff for a while, so he can chill and doesn't need to do anything. Not, you know, I mean, he has like 6,000 net recovery or 6.5, so sacrificing 10% of his life is not really gonna bother him. But if he's spamming like, I don't know, 5 casts per second, it's gonna be a problem. So he doesn't want to do that.
What's it gonna look like if he swaps the lightning coil for Cloak of Flame, and then he can take the point for 15% increase the mastery?
I mean, just do it.
Yeah, I have
If you
to
want.
change the red, blue, red. Yeah. That's great. That's almost the maximum amount I need to click. Hello. Can't press anything? What? Just this one?
Alright.
Okay. Oh, he has everything already. That's why. He has all of them, obviously.
Okay, so he can use the more mastery. That's only available if you click all the masteries, whether you can use them or not.
So...
Okay. Yeah, then lightning coil is better.
He's a little bit more HP, but he gets more conversion for lightning coil.
Yeah. I mean, HP is for him also crit and crit multi, so it makes sense.
Yeah, I thought I thought he would have enough flat, and it would just be better to get scaling.
No, I think he's relying on crit, ignoring resistances, and that's basically all the damage scaling he has, pretty much. There's a little bit more to it, but that's essentially all he does, other than jewels, I guess.
Oh, is there damage on the... I meant life. Because obviously he's not getting the 50% increased max life if there are no life modifiers and equipped body armor. And then
No.
Talk of Flame is basically the same as Lightning Coil, although he does have 83% fire resist, right? So converting
Yes.
to fire should be beneficial.
That is with his flask up. If you turn the flask off, it's going to be a way lower number for his
Okay.
fire max res.
Well, I guess
So-
5 less. So 78. Or
Yeah,
does he have
yeah.
flask?
I was just thinking, but no, I don't think he has flask effect.
Yeah. Dude, that is insane.
And his flasks are absolute horse shit. When I looked at the flasks, I was just like, dude, you're not even trying. What are you doing? And he's in hardcore.
Why do you want reduced effect? There's no consistency. Pick something.
Yeah, right. It's
You just pick them up,
absolute
or
just okay. I guess it's a flask. Let me equip it and call
I
it
have
a
to
day.
use flask. Fuck. Just this one.
Yeah, that's practically it. But I mean, look at his max hits and look at his recovery. You're gonna have a hard time killing this motherfucker. He's just gonna sit there and laugh all day, every day.
His max hit is the same or less than mine, according to the POV last.
Yes, but he has 6,500 passive recovery. No
Yeah.
matter what, he has that, and you don't.
True. No, it puts it a little bit into perspective that my effective hit pool is actually okay. That the problem lies somewhere else.
Yes. Your sustain is conditional, and that is always a bad thing.
Yeah, that's why I don't like Leech.
Yeah, fair. Unless you have a proxy like a brand that you can just attach and then you get to run around and dodge all the damage, then Leech is fine. But if you actually have to stand in place and do something, then Leech is kind of meh.
Yeah. As a primary, so what Leech needs to be good enough that you can kind of just stand and fire through shit.
Yeah, but then you need Vaal Pact. That would double your Leech, but then you don't have any regen, which would be irrelevant for your build. You don't even have 100 regen, so who gives a fuck if you have 0 or 100, doesn't really matter. But then you could probably Leech through it, but Vaal Pact is so far away, there's no shot you're ever gonna get there. And,
Wait, Vaal Pact? Oh. Oh, what do you mean? That was just a brisk little travel note.
Mhm. But the problem is, the moment he can fight and stands in a degen puddle, like say you want to do Maven and you have already placed degen in the center of the arena, right? And the new balls are coming in, and you have to step into the already existing degen to pop the new balls. That's when Vaal Pact has a real problem, because now you
Yeah.
can't leech, you're degenning, and yeah, you either flask through it or you're fucked.
That's the good thing about, and probably why I don't feel it as hard with ball lightning, especially with slower projectiles and the massive AoE I have right now, that a lot of the time on a boss, I will be leeching for a while after I stop casting.
Yeah. Unless the boss would go invulnerable because
Or
it's
move.
phased
Yeah.
and there's still degen, then you get absolutely deleted.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking either a trickster or an elementalist or an inquisitor, and this makes me want to do inquisitor. Not this. I'm not super excited about not using all my skill slots. That just seems annoying, or not annoying. It seems boring a little bit. But going inquisitor with Pious Pact, and then this corrupted soul, I think would be really cool.
I mean, there's other options. You could sacrifice your belt slot and use that to make it work. Like Burden of Truth, for instance, would be one of the belts you could be using, but that would save you, I don't know, 4 to 5 skill points or something. It depends on what you want to give up. Is it your belt or skill points? You will have to sacrifice something.
What is Supreme Decadence?
Supreme Decadence should be exactly this, the corrupted keystone that the dude right now has on his tree, thanks to the Legion jewel, I think. Or it is, no, it's Life Flask also applied to Energy Shield. That's Supreme Decadence, sorry.
Oh, okay. But wouldn't that be like a Pathfinder kind of thing? Rather than, because I already have stuff applies to my energy shield. I don't think I need Life Flask to do it as well, right?
It depends. Like I said, do you want to give up your belt slot, or do you want to give up 3, 4, 5, 6 skill points, however many you have to sacrifice to get this jewel and a keystone? What's the lesser evil? That's the question, right?
I guess yeah. I guess it also depends on what the jewel actually provides, because I can see that it changes.
Exactly. That's why you don't want to slap it into an area you're actually using and relying on. You want to slap it somewhere.
Why hasn't he taken this?
Good questions. Maybe too far away, or he didn't see it, doesn't care. I don't know.
9% max life and 1.1% life regen per second? That sounds pretty good to me.
He could anoint it. I don't know what anoint he's rocking. Oh, he's using Golem's Flash?
The golems, isn't it blood?
Golem's Blood, yeah, whatever. And that's slightly better. But
Well,
yeah.
yeah, but he has like 2 points here with 6, right? Oh, I have to go. Nina's home. She's knocking on the door. She wants to say hi.
Yep.
Oh, I'm back.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he just doesn't have the points, but I guess he is also only level 95, right? So just level up a little bit and he gets them, I guess.
Yep. That was just a fun build for him. Just a proof of concept. Nothing more. I don't think he really tried to make it work all that hard. Or he's still in the figuring out phase. I don't know. He's just posting shit on YouTube whenever he thinks he's got something that works defensively very well.
Whenever he finds something that has 16,000 life.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Killing this build should be really freaking hard.
That is fucking stupid.
And if you consider the fact that Righteous Fire, which he is using, by the way, does scale of life, that's where the damage is coming from, and he could craft a 7-link helmet and slap Righteous Fire in there, he might actually end up with decent damage just from Righteous Fire. For now, he's just using it as a damage buff.
If he does the helmet and slaps Righteous Fire in there, he'd lose a lot of damage on the tornado.
Yes. And I'm not convinced, because he's not grabbing any fire damage multis and whatnot, that Righteous Fire would actually be the better choice. Having said that, I'm not convinced that Tornado is a good choice either, because the 7-link is a thing, and it doesn't really matter what skill he's using. It's completely generic. It just has to be elemental, that's all.
You probably just picked the tornado because it's new and shiny.
Yeah.
Also, it's a duration thing, right? So when he costs 10% of his max HP or whatever, it doesn't hurt as much because he doesn't have to do it as often.
Yes, but he could use ball lightning or static or something. That's this ball lightning that's swirling around him. Right. I don't exactly know how much damage that would be dealing in a 7-link, but it might be fine. Who knows? I honestly don't know, don't care. I did never pop this. I just looked at this build and thought, well, that's an interesting concept. That's cool. And I wouldn't necessarily use it in this helmet. It would just be something, I don't know. I would probably slap into a 7-link helmet and replace the Crest of Desire with that helmet, and then.
Well, yeah, but he's obviously playing SSF, right?
Yes. So if he has access to Crest of Desire, then you should be using it. And he actually has the max roll when it comes to extra levels on the helmet that has a range to that it can roll. So he got lucky, and he also got a lucky corrupt. So why the fuck would he not use it?
Yeah. Just casual +2 level to targeted fire gems with 10 levels to your skill. Let's go.
Yeah, how much would he be leeching if he actually spawns a cold tornado? I mean, I don't think it's gonna matter, but I'd be curious to see how much life he would be leeching.
3,200.
Okay, then it does matter. Okay, so what does he have on his gloves? Just for out of curiosity. Because you can roll fire, cold, lightning, leech on the gloves.
Suppress and unnerve.
And
just generic stuff.
Suppress? Why why? That's so bullshit. He doesn't even get close to suppress, Cap. That's useless. I mean, he has the problem that his skill is using 3 different elements, right? But if it was
No,
just
no,
one...
it's using one element at a time, and you don't know which.
Yes, exactly. But if you were using, say, a lightning skill, and then you slap 0.2% lightning leech on the gloves, then you would be getting, I don't know, a couple thousand life leech on top of the 6.5 net recovery. So all of a sudden you're looking at 10,000 sustained while you're leeching, and you could just, twist your thumbs in your butthole while you're fighting bosses.
I mean, he could spam.
Yeah, he could. It's just Tornado has a max of 3 tornadoes. He can't go above that. So that's why I don't necessarily think this skill is the optimal choice.
As long as he stays below 3 casts per second, just his life regen alone would be enough for him to not lose HP.
Yes.
And then I'm not sure if... No, because it's not damage, right? So it goes straight out of life. It doesn't do energy shield.
No, because the wording is it sacrifices life.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And it's also not damage in any way, so it doesn't split.
Right. So that's not gonna help him, but the energy shield will still eat up 50% of the incoming damage, right? That's what his corrupted keystone says. So that's always gonna be there, and it's always gonna regen at, what is it, almost 3,000 ES
Yeah, I
recovery
mean,
per second?
he basically has a... No, 4,200.
Yes, that is before Righteous Fire. If you go a little lower, you see the net recovery after Righteous Fire.
Oh,
degens
yeah, right,
kick in.
2.8. Oh, right, then he can't go 3. Then he has to go stay below... He has to stay below 2. Or 2, or 2... Stay below 3, 2. And then he'll have 500 net life recovery. With 2 casts a second.
Yeah, if he can't leech. That equation changes the moment he gets to leech. Right?
Yeah, then you're just adding on 3,000, right? And then he's doing... Well, then he's 7,000, right? And then all of a sudden it becomes what? 4
Yeah.
casts a second? Yeah. Assuming he's hitting shit.
Yeah. And he also has a life flask. I mean, his one is absolute garbage, and I don't know why he's using that flask. But he has a life flask. What he should be using is the unique
Yo, gotcha.
quartz flask. I forgot. Forbidden Taste, I think. That's just recovering close to 100% of his life whenever he presses the button. And if you have this much life, you should be using that one. There's no reason not to.
True.
I mean, yeah, you do get a bit of chaos degen for 7 seconds or something. No, that is 7 seconds with quality. This is the one flask you don't want quality on. And without quality, it would be, I don't know, 5 seconds or whatever. And it's not like the degen is gonna kill him. He has chaos res capped anyways. He has regen all day, every day. So I would be using that flask with at least 90% recovery or more. And then, yeah.
Kinda weird that... It's kinda weird that you don't want quality on a flask.
Yeah, it would just increase the duration, which means you take the degen for longer, but the life recovery kicks in only once. So why would you want quality on that flask? It doesn't make sense.
That sounds like an oversight.
Why?
Because quality should always make it better.
I mean, technically it is better because you,
You
you
have
do
10
have...
suppress for longer
Right,
and phasing for longer.
yes.
This is a noob trap. That's what this is.
Yeah. Get fucked, idiot.
Would you like to take 75% more of your maximum life as chaos damage?
Mm-hmm.
It's a cunty flask.
Yeah. It took me a while to learn that. I made this mistake for quite a while, and I crafted the benchcraft trigger flask when Savage hit Taken or something. That's either 20 or 25% damage health lost in one hit. That's a Savage hit, and then this quartz flask would trigger. And I was just getting slapped, and then I would degen. It was what the fuck. No.
But just so you know, right? This is an Inquisitor build, right? All you've done is given me more tech for the Mjolnir build.
Yeah, well, I mean, why not? Nothing wrong with that. By the way, check his the scepter he is using. That might be interesting as well, because that is
Global blind. Malediction. What is malediction?
10% more damage taken to enemies which are blinded. And guess what? This fucking thing is blinding everyone. As long as it hits fast enough, that is. But it's also granting him energy shield and max life per level. So there's just more free scaling, and why the fuck wouldn't he use that?
And plus 2 level to all skill gems.
Mhm. Now he could dual wield those, but then he would be sacrificing the crit and crit multi he's getting from Wrathpith. But you could combine that with Mjolnir if you wanted to. I mean, that's an option. He just doesn't have the stats right now to afford or to be able to wield Mjolnir. And yeah, the problem is always going to be how do you scale fucking damage on Mjolnir? It's not easy.
Yeah.
But what I was trying to show you here is how he approached the build. It's just let me be unkillable.
Let me get all the life.
Exactly, and then go from there, right? And you can do a whole lot of bullshit with this. It's not even funny. If you look at an item that's Relic of the Pact, right? Slap that in there.
Level 1 blood sacrament.
Right. Select then the skill, the blood sacrament or whatever it's called, but you know, you gotta equip it first. And then charge it up all the way. It's gonna sacrifice your life and then explode in a massive AoE. That's what it does. And the damage is quite insane at some point. You just need a lot of life and a lot of cast speed, or you just stand there and charge it up.
A lot of... You need some scaling as well, because it's quote-unquote only 4 mil, right?
Yes, you do need still some scaling. And it's not good for hardcore, obviously, because it's sacrificing your life.
What
you don't
do you
want that. And softcore, well...
You have the tried and true defensive of portals.
Yes, 6 portal defense strat. And as you can see, well, you just removed it, but as he was at 50 charges or whatever, his hit pool or max hits went all the way into, you know, near the Earth's core. It went down so hard, it wasn't even funny. He would have died if a boss sneezed his general direction. So that's the problem with that. You don't want to stand there forever and sacrifice life. You want extremely high cast speed. You want to charge it up as quickly as possible. You want to explode it and delete the boss.
So you want to just scale it up to one shot and it just goes bang.
Yeah, that's basically the build. And the more life you have, the more damage you deal. So, bam. There was an absolute meme item for quite some time, and there was no build that could really utilize it, except, you know, for some meme builds. But this one could, just based on the life it has. It still needs a little bit more, like cast speed and what have you.
Probably a little bit
yeah.
of damage to the scaling as well, right?
Yes. But he already has crit chance, crit multi, and this wand is giving him lucky crit as well.
Well, I think he has
So-
100%.
Okay, if he already has 100%, then that's
At least for
irrelevant.
tornado.
Okay. Then that would be irrelevant. But yeah, the moment he can scale damage off his life, he's gonna win, basically. Right? You could look at a skill gem, support them, a gem that is called Sacrifice. That should be fairly insane with a build like this. I'm not quite sure how you do it in Path of Building to make it work. But
Well, it can support an orb skill, so...
oh, so it wouldn't work with this one. Yeah, well, too bad. But the point is that it does sacrifice a little bit of your life, well, a little bit, 20%, which in his case is 3,000 life. And then he would be getting that life, the sacrificed life, as extra damage, right? So that's quite significant.
It's kind of weird because it's not even doubling ball lightning damage.
I mean, if he's sacrificing 3,000 life, he should get 1,500 extra chaos damage, flat extra chaos.
Yeah, I mean it is 800k for all bolts in range if you do it like that, but
It almost doubles the damage, as far as I can tell right now. The only problem is that it is chaos damage, and he doesn't really scale chaos damage. He's, well,
he doesn't really scale any damage.
no, but he's avoiding elemental resistances. So in that context, chaos damage is bad for him. But you could go for a different approach, right? All I'm saying is there's plenty options and plenty ways to sacrifice your life and get more damage in return, which again he doesn't want to do in hardcore. But if you were to go softcore with this build, you could scale the damage so absolutely insanely.
Oh, he has
It's not.
he has 4 damage nodes. 5.
Yeah, he may have picked up some on accident. Yes, but
Oh, 6.
it's basically just travel nodes.
Yeah, this one is. Jesus.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
the
he's still
gems.
achieving 3 million pinnacle boss DPS. So there's that.
And he doesn't take into account whether or not it's shocked or not.
I mean, he's basing it off a 15% shock. I don't know whether this number's accurate
Oh, there.
or not.
Oh, it's because it's moved.
I don't really care if that's accurate or not, but yeah.
It's so weird that these boxes move around.
Yeah, that's true. It's annoying, but that's because the
Was-
config is adding and removing checkboxes depending on your gear and skills and what have you.
Yeah, I feel like you probably should keep them the same order though. But maybe I'm just wrong. There is,
Oh, you could
but
use
maybe
it.
my screen is just big, but there is this that's never used, basically.
Yeah, sure.
It could have just kept this one here and then moved this down and then moved. Maybe add another one over here.
Fair enough. He's also not using any mana because he went blood magic.
Yeah, but
So he
that's
does-
scaling, right? Yeah, 10% more maximum life.
Yes, that's what he wanted, and he completely solves all mana scaling issues. So, at a cost, he can't run any auras, but spells usually cost a fuck ton of mana if you want to spam them, and you have to have the mana to make it happen, and he just was like, ah, fuck this shit, I'm just not gonna pick any of this stuff, I'm gonna reduce or forfeit all my mana pool and run one on an Eternal Blessing, same as you do, and that's that. Then I have 15,000 or whatever, 16,000 mana pool, which is my life, and I call it good.
The necklace is only 4,000 health.
Right. I thought it would be more, but okay.
So I mean, you could, if you wanted to, you could swap the coil out for the what's it called, the ivory tower, and then you could reserve and get a crap ton of shield.
Well, I don't know. Would you? I mean,
No,
try
probably
it.
not, but then
There's
you
no-
could use more skills if you want. Like that is an avenue of getting more damage, right?
Probably yes. You couldn't go blood magic. You would have to remove that too,
Why?
and because chaos damage will go towards your mana, and if you don't have mana, it'll go towards your life, and if you have reserved all your life, you're gonna die. That's no bueno.
That's true.
So that's not gonna work, and you also cannot use the corrupted keystone, I think, because damage will bypass the energy shield, and you don't want that at all.
No, but you wouldn't wanna reserve all of it, right? Or
Depends. If you want to go low life, then
you just have to
like-
reserve 50.
Right, sure. And you would still be left with what, 8,000 life? That is pretty nice.
You'll probably get more out of your energy shield recovery.
I mean, it's worth a try. Just do it and pop. Let's see where we end up. This is why I copied this thing into chat, just to fuck around with it, because I think it's a cool concept. And I did honestly think that the amulet would be granting more life, but apparently it doesn't. So whatever. Let's fuck around with it.
But then you'd probably want to get... Oh, he's ruined it. You want this.
You want multiple reservation nodes, yes, and you can't run the corrupting Legion Jewel anyways, because damage bypassing energy shield, not a good idea. You don't want that.
Well, I mean, you're not rocking any mana, right? So if you have damage bypassing the energy shield, that means that you can utilize Pious Path for both life regen and energy regen at the same time. So it kinda halves the damage you're taking. Kinda. Not really, but kinda.
Yeah, I guess.
Because if we blast up energy shield, let's say we get 8,000 or whatever, right? And then we have 8,000 health, then you'll be taking 8,000 from your energy shield, and you'll be regenning 4,000 energy shield, but your life won't regen, right? And then as soon as you get into the life regen, then sure you'll do both, but you're halving your regen, kinda. So
I mean, yeah,
I still think you can do it.
Could try and see what Pop says. I'm not sure. I've never tried this approach. This is completely new. It might be complete bullshit, or it might be overpowered. There's
But you can
one way to
only
find
you
out.
can only use one aura though, right? Because otherwise we need to find a new spot for the jewel. And you'd want this.
He is using an Eternal Blessing right now, which he can't if you wanted to reserve more life, basically. You would want... Yeah, you have to reserve life anyways. So Eternal Blessing is not going to be a thing. It has to be Arrogance, whatever aura.
Why was it that
Oh no, wait, you can use the Eternal on... Yeah, no, you can. You can still add Arrogance and Reserve on Life. That's a thing. Okay, then add a new skill, Arrogance and, I don't know, Zealotry.
Well, it doesn't have to be arrogance because you have blood magic.
Right. True.
So you don't get the big... What would we... Well, which one would we pick even?
I don't know, what is...
Depends on what gem we're using, right?
Use Hatred. The Tornado is base fist damage, and it just converts.
That
So,
fucking doubles the damage.
yeah, well, bam.
Jesus. But that's only if it's cold, right? Oh, it does give you more damage on the other ones as well.
Yes. And now you would go for... no, he has Cold Leech on his helmet, right? So he's always going to be leeching. Because Hatred.
True. Like, just these changes, and you've doubled the damage, but you've also halved your HP, and but you did... No, it's 9,000, so...
I mean, it would work. Do you still have the amulet equipped?
Yes.
Let's see what happens if you remove that and actually wanted to use, you know, skills.
7,000 and, well, I mean, almost 6,000 life left.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the amulet is good. There's no way around it.
Yeah, but it's only... it was only 4,000 life, which is what a normal character has in one thing, right? But out of 16,000, I thought it would be more.
Yeah, true. Is it worth it? Good
I mean, this
question.
would make you do damage, right?
Yes.
And now you can actually have a 6-link, and it doesn't have to be the tornado, right? You
wait,
you could actually make some cold whatever physical spells cold, whatever.
he is currently using one socket in his helmet, and if he wasn't using Crest of Desire,
Oh, right,
But
yeah, true. A
he
lot of the
could
damage
have-
comes from that.
yes. But if he didn't do that, I mean, aura scaling is not a stupid approach. But I think what he's doing right now is saving him the most gem slots, and therefore he's gonna get the most value out of the amulet. So he could, of course, use something else. I don't know, a helmet with life and then an amulet with a fuck ton of life that could get him some life back, and then maybe a 6-link would be better. I'm not super sure how that works. The Enlightened doesn't seem to be worth it, is it?
If you're not using the what's it called, amulet, right, then it puts you to 54, so you lose what, about 300 energy shield to gain about 400, little, almost 500 life, and you're still low life permanently at 54, so perfectly low life, because he's picked all of
Yes,
these.
but he doesn't even have the low life keystone yet, so why don't you
I
click
picked it.
that through? Oh, you did?
Yeah, because if you're using Ivory Tower, you're fucking pressing that button.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, okay, so Hatred and low life is gonna give him, what was it, 5 million damage or 6 million?
4. Why was it higher?
That's only 1 million extra damage
quality.
than 1.2 or something.
Wait, no. What changed? It doubles his damage, but it did more before. I don't know what I've changed. Oh, I took the necklace out. Damn. I guess...
Oh. Huh? Why is the necklace...
It does give him life, right? Wait.
His crit chance wasn't 100%, probably, if he isn't using the,
Yeah,
necklace.
6% off.
That has to be it.
Yeah, it's 6% off. Adjusted those changes, 5 mil from 3 or whatever, and he didn't lose all that much.
No, by softcore standards, this is still a fucking tanky build. And he isn't even using a sulfur flask, which he could, and it would just be 40% increased damage, and he doesn't really have any damage scaling, so I would guess that would add another 500,000 or something. Just why not?
Bottled fucking faith.
Yeah, bottled face would be even... That would be absolutely crazy if he did that. That would be crazy damage. Should be. Because right now he's only gonna get the 40% increased damage, the implicit, but if you then go into the config and also click, hey, the enemy's on the consecrated ground as well, then the enemy is taking 10% no, 18? Because it's stacking with, he already has it take shit. Because the Inquisitor has the ability to increase.
Yeah, 15%.
15, and then the flask has another, I know, 8 or whatever, and that stacks.
Casual 600k.
Okay. I mean, this is enough damage to clear T-17s rather comfortably. It's not gonna be speed clear or anything. It will be struggling a little bit, but it can be done with this level of damage. Assuming you survive. And looking at it that you still have a net recovery of more than 6,000 and you're leeching another 3,000, I don't think this build is just gonna roll over and die. Now, to be fair, you've sacrificed 2 sockets for the arrogance and the aura, so go back into the config and reduce the red sockets by 2, because, well, just sacrifice those sockets. That's a thing. So it's gonna go down a little bit, but I don't think it's gonna be crucial.
What have I... Wait, what have I done?
You have added hatred and what was it? Enlighten? That's 2 gems. So he has 2 less red gems. Two less red empty sockets.
But hasn't it done that for me just equipping them? Or putting them in?
No.
Oh,
No,
I haven't
no.
I haven't put it in anywhere. If I just do this, won't it do it?
No, you have to go to the config, and there's a box that's basically asking how many empty red sockets do you have, and I don't know what he has right now,
there.
like 15, 16, whatever, and you have to reduce it by however many.
2.
You know, yeah.
Right, that was all I did, wasn't it? Well, then probably Enlighten isn't worth it, right?
I don't think so, no.
What are we at now? Total life... Wait, so 8284 and 8935. If I then take this out, and then... Oh yeah, that's a bigger number. Right? Wasn't it? No, wait, it's not. 78.
It could be bigger. The question is it relevant?
Nah, Enlighten is better. 12 sockets is 8,285, and we can assume that the shield also grows, right? And
It's
we go to
because of-
13. Oh wait, the shield grows, right?
I was just gonna say, Ivory Tower wants you to reserve as much as you can, so Enlighten should be bad.
Yeah, but
regardless.
Ivory Tower is 30 per 100, right? And we probably don't have the energy shield scaling to make it worth more, right?
No, there's no scaling on the tree, unless, you know, maybe the occasion... Oh no, there is scaling. He has 45% increased energy shield, and it's simply coming from 2 life wheels that happen to have energy shield as well. So he has some scaling. Not a lot, but there's some.
So this is 17,305. Wait, no, I fucked up. Wait, where are we? Yeah, there we go. 17,305, and this is... Okay, non-enlightened is about 100 life better.
Yeah,
There we go.
kind of whatever. It doesn't really matter.
And if you go like level 4 enlightened, then you're not low life anymore.
No, he has the mastery that he's still counts as low life at 55.
Yeah, but
think.
it's 54 with level 3 enlightened.
That's gonna be close-ish.
I mean,
Probably.
you'd need to take this out and get champion of the cause if you wanted to really reserve. But he does have 20% life reservation. No, he doesn't, right? That's a mastery on the reservation wheel.
Yep.
Yeah, so you'd need that. Probably.
Yeah, that would mean we would have to put the Legion jewels someplace else. That's gonna suck to find a good spot, but yeah. That's the problem with the Legion jewel.
Yeah, it's gonna be borderline impossible. I guess not, because it'll change how much you get from this. You could put it here.
Well, that would be
That's
painful.
a lot of points. But it's not gonna hit this one. Is it? Oh, maybe it is. Oh, it is! No! You can't put it here because pain entombment, so it almost has to be here. And then you have to get rid of a whole life node. Or you have to travel up here. But then you need to find points, because that's a far off.
Yep, and he is already 96 or 95 or something, so he doesn't have a whole lot of wiggle room.
There's this one.
Nah.
I find one wiggle room.
And he's still not trying to scale damage. That's the funny part.
It is kind of funny that we doubled the fucking damage with like 2 changes. And it's still tanky as fuck.
Yep. And it would absolutely destroy the end game. It may not look like much, but 6 million damage is enough. It'll get you there. And the other thing is that once the tornadoes are out, they have an AI and they will detect a target and they will just rush towards the target and attack it. So you don't have to do anything. You just click the thing, here's a tornado, please go do shit, and then you just lean back.
And you can even get a little bit more damage, right? At least for one of the... for cold, right? If you swap the... because he has 5% spell suppress, which ain't gonna do shit, right?
No, that's not gonna do anything, no.
That's not that. Where the hell do I do it?
You have to add the influences.
Oh, they're not added on already?
No, Pop is too stupid to realize that. And then you have to manually delete the spell suppress or the unearth, or it's just gonna stay there.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter, but Pop can't really import influenced items for whatever reason. It's super annoying, but yeah, it is what it is. You have to reduce exactly the implicit number as well, otherwise it's gonna read the next line as implicit too, and then it's all gonna get fucked up.
And now we can take exposure, I guess, or is that
You
already done?
No, you can't expose because crits will ignore resistances.
Oh, so it doesn't help for shit.
Nope.
I forgot that part.
So resistances will always be 0, no matter what. Whether he curses or exposes or whatever, it doesn't matter.
Surely there's something better than though, right?
I mean, what you can do is just drop the res ignore ascendancy and go for the other one that's dealing increased elemental damage. Pick that one and then try to reduce the resistances as much as you can and see if that's better. But then you might have to add
You have to
curses.
add penetration gem, you have to add curses, you have to... Then we're taking away a lot of the gems, right?
Exactly.
I mean, if there's nothing else, you can take increased damage per intelligence.
Yeah, it's not gonna be worth it.
That's better than 5 suppressed, no?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
We're talking about nothing here. What is it that... Does this convert? Yes, it does. Wait, what was I doing? Oh, right.
And scaling damage on this one is a little bit of a bitch because you don't know what damage type the tornado is gonna be. So it's only gonna be spell damage and generic elemental damage. Nothing else is really gonna do anything.
I mean, the only thing you could do is you could convert physical to cold damage, right? That would always give you cold damage, and that would always make it scale of hatred.
Sure. That might do a little bit, yes.
It might do more than just whatever per intelligence.
Yeah, just click it and find out, I guess. It's not gonna be, oh well, we have 2 million more damage or something. I don't think.
No, but it's just gonna... It's gonna not be... Is there supposed to be a question mark there? No, there's not. Why did it... How did a question mark appear?
I don't know. Oh, that's probably... No. I just thought that would color it in red, but no, it doesn't. Whatever. I don't know. Who cares? And it's not even gonna do any extra damage, is it?
No, it is for the other two, right? It's not going to do anything for cold, because cold is already 100% converted. But for fire and lightning, it converts 100% of physical damage to lightning, so and then 30% to cold, right? So it's gonna... Those two are gonna balance out and, like, even out, so at least you're always gonna do cold damage.
I mean, hatred makes sure you're always gonna do cold damage anyways, but
Extra
it's a
cold
little
damage,
bit
right?
more than that, yes.
And you're scaling... You have hatred scaling on cold damage, right?
Right, yeah.
So now instead of, I mean, we can take the gloves off, right? They don't do any, or they do a bit of life, but wait, no, the gloves. Yeah, they don't do any, they do 70 life, right? But you take them off, and the difference is what, 4, 9. So from the difference is like 700-ish, and you put them on. And the difference is only under 700. I think it just makes you do a little bit more damage on average.
Yeah, probably, because hatred. I mean, it's better than nothing on the gloves, right?
It's better than 5 suppress. But is it better than intelligence scaling damage? I don't know.
Yeah, probably, because 300 intelligence is not enough, not really.
No, but he also doesn't have any increased, right? So anything you put in there is gonna get some value from pain attunement and stuff.
Yeah, true. I mean, this is, by the way, also a build that is screaming, please plaster tattoos everywhere. Just, he's, except for the dex notes, but other than that, he has enough attributes to cover everything comfortably. And I don't know what tattoos actually help other than life regen. That would be an obvious one.
Don't you think he's capped?
Capped on what?
Life regen.
No, you can't cap on regen.
You can't?
No.
Life regen. Which one is that? Man, if Tattoo of the Oak made it in.
That should be on strength nodes only, I think. Don't quote me on that, but I think regen is a strength node, pretty sure.
Oh, regen is the strength node?
I think.
Oh, so I can't even see it, or?
No, it doesn't show up if you click in intelligence node.
Oh, okay. But this doesn't exist, right? The max HP node doesn't exist, yeah.
Is it an honored? I think it is, right? Ancestral even. No, I don't think it exists. Pretty sure they didn't make it into the game.
You could also put on... do they exist? The increased physical damage?
Ooh. I don't know, maybe.
Wait, did I lose damage? You lose damage if you do that. The HP of strength is better than the fucking physical increase.
Okay, that's wild. So, okay, then there is a downside to slapping regen on every single strength node.
Yeah, you lose
some
fucking
damage.
30k damage per node.
Okay, that's painful. But
But I mean, surely almost 5,000 life regen is enough.
yeah, you would think it's enough, right?
I mean, you could always just go here, right? Bam.
I gotta wait for the delay.
Regenerate 1% life per second.
Yeah, okay. I guess. Yeah.
And then you're practically here anyways, right? Oh, 1 point too much.
Then slap an unnatural instinct in there just because. Yeah, of course.
Just need to find a point somewhere.
You unspec one life node somewhere or some other bullshit. Who cares?
There's regen here, right? The mana nodes are dead anyways. And bigger AoE is nice. Cast speed, I guess. And you get life and physical damage. And
Yeah,
duration.
And
Long-
duration is really sweet, yes.
Get like 20%.
Yeah, 6 million damage, 100% damage uptime on that, which is incredibly valuable. Just saying. Yeah. You're tanky as fuck. This is a build. You could still optimize if you wanted to, but there's really not a whole lot reason as to why you would optimize. But you could. If you wanted bigger numbers, I guess.
So this would do roughly what I'm doing now, but with fucking what, 17,000 HP.
Yes, and passive regen, which is, or passive sustain, I should say, what you don't have.
Yeah.
And 100% damage uptime because it's a duration skill, which yours isn't. I mean, it kind of is, but it really isn't.
And it's also
Yours
a
is-
cool, fun toy, right? Because it's the new one.
Yes, that's also true. I mean, you could just check out if you like the base tornado skill. It should be available.
Oh, it looks
and
cool as fuck. I do like the look of it. Just a
Yeah,
huge.
then
But generally, like,
Hail,
it
Godslayer.
feels a little bit. It's kind of like a minion build, right?
yeah, but you have sure, I'll give you that. But if you want to explore stuff you haven't done before and that it's difficult as fuck, then you kind of want a cheese build. So you can gauge the thresholds needed, right? Do I really need this much life, this much damage, blah blah blah? That's what this is about. And to do that, you need a build that's just not giving a fuck and allows you to stay in the fight. This
Yeah,
would be
sure.
one of those.
Yeah, this would be fucking stupid.
That's essentially what you did lastly on your Righteous Fire Chieftain. That dude was, I mean, it was slow as fuck, but
Yeah.
it could stay in the fight forever, essentially. That's the only saving grace for Righteous Fire. Other than that, it's a complete shit build.
Also, it looks cool when everything just blows up around you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll give you that. But other than that, it's shit, let's be honest. Having said that, you could have the explosions here too, if you wanted to. You'd deal a little bit less damage, but you wouldn't even, necessarily. If you equip Obliteration real quick, just for funsies, and let's see what happens. But that would be just for mapping. Hey, I want some explosions and quick clear. Give me Obliteration, and when you go bossing, then you equip the Dark Seer, and wabam, off you go. Spell damage doesn't matter, but the gain Fizz Ass, that's the one you want. And then enjoy the explosions. No, the damage is the same, pretty much, and you get explosion.
You have to take off Malediction, and they're not blinded, right?
Alright, yeah.
Why the fuck has he not ticked they're blinded?
I know.
Yeah, then the difference is a little bit bigger. But I guess you didn't add. I didn't add in the explosions either.
I mean, for just map clear, it doesn't matter. The shit will die so quickly, and if you have extra explosions, it's just gonna clear faster.
Yeah.
So, who cares? It doesn't fucking matter. And for bossing, you would just slap in the other thing, because it's got extra life, basically, per level. So, whoop-de-doo, now you're a little bit tankier, deal a little bit more damage, and you don't have explosions when you're fighting a single boss anyways, so no downside. And off you go. Have fun.
What are the Maven boots called?
But, come again, what?
What are the Maven boots called? The Righteous Fire boots?
Something Fury.
Legacy of Fury.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Wow, with an X.
I mean, you would get Scourge, I guess, but you would lose everything else he has on the boots.
Yeah, but what was on the boots? Life regeneration.
Yeah, but you now get to click enemy is scorched in the config. That might add some damage. He didn't lose any resistances as far as I can see.
Where's the scorch thing?
Does it do it automatically? I don't think it does.
Well, it might, because like that. You do have HP, right? He does have 103 maximum life on them. And
So Scorch is equally good as the life in terms of
no,
damage?
Scorch is 200,000 worse than fucking 103 life.
Yeah, okay, I mean,
It's like when I equip something without mana. It's like, fuck.
then equip Chaos Roots boots and go for absolute max roll on live.
Oh my lord.
Just for shits and giggles.
Yeah, 156,000 damage increase.
Yeah, and he can't be
Oh,
stunned.
but you go down in sockets.
Oh, right. Yeah, that would be bad.
That would be like 3 sockets down.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense that he's not using those boots then. I mean, he can't be stunned anyways with his life pool.
That's true.
Doesn't fucking matter.
If we're in trouble, we can take the extra energy shields thing.
And he has ailment immunity because he's using purity. I don't even think he does need purity for anything else. His resistances look fine. He's
A
overcapped.
cold would be...
Maybe, yeah. It might be a bit.
Isn't it 39? Or is that with all manner of increase?
I mean, usually you do have aura effect, and he
Holy
doesn't.
shit, cold is not fine. I thought it was gonna be just below, but it's almost 10%
shit.
below.
Okay. Yeah, well, I guess then that's not an option. Unless, I mean, if he can fix it on gear and he doesn't need ailment immunity, which is always nice, let's be honest, but he could use, I don't know, zealotry. Let's just slap the zealotry in there for no reason, and then copy your fucking Watcher's Eye, which does have zealotry, and...
Oh shit, it also has hatred.
Yes. Precisely. So you just need to have a little bit better gear, and I don't know if that's realistic, but who gives a shit?
I think so.
And you would have to find a jewel socket and what have you, but whatever. Just click it on the tree and slap it in there somewhere. Who cares?
Oh, that's a big ring. The 4% all resist could be better, right? This one barely has any resist. There is definitely resist that can be found. Also,
Okay, and
not
then-
a whole lot on the builds. Oh, but he has other things.
I mean, the belt is amazing.
Yeah, I was about to say it does have other really cool things. as soon as like, there's not a lot of resistance on this. 100 life, 12% increased max life. The regen could be better, but I don't know if that's a duo thing. It's like I just saw, oh, there could be 3 resistances on here, and then I saw the other things. Like, no, maybe not. But I think he has some atrocious gems, though.
Yeah, I mean, he is solo self-on, so he can't have really good gear. Let's be honest, that's not a thing.
It's kind of just like he went for the ones with 7% increased max life, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, he has fractured projectile speed on one of his jewels. That's just fucking garbage. Why? He's not even using projectiles.
It has
But
a critical strike multiplier. That's what he's gone for. He's gone for life and critical strike multiplier.
which makes sense. That's fair. But that means it's basically 2 stat jewels across the board, probably.
Yeah, some of them has a bit of resist on them.
Okay.
Cold resist on this one.
And he's using how many jewels? Like 5 or 6 or something?
3, I think.
No. Go to his items.
4.
He's got way more than that.
Oh, 4
It's
and
fair.
then Glorious Vanity, and we put it on Natural Instinct.
Okay. Oh, okay. So it's 4. Well. Okay, so he could definitely make up some of the rest on his jewels, and his gear's not optimal, what have you.
I
So he
think
could
this one's S.
be using Zealotry. That's the point, and please do slap in the Watcher's Eye? Yes, that's the thing. Slap it in there.
7.6.
Okay.
And I think we stayed the same in terms of HP.
Yeah, I mean, the hatred doesn't really do anything because he already had 100% crit. Right, so that's not doing anything, unfortunately.
Yeah, so the Watcher's Eye would be about as good without Zealotry, right?
Only just a Zealotry Watcher's Eye would be just as good.
But wouldn't you rather do...
You would probably want, I don't know, hatred grants 50% fizz as hold or some shit, so some guaranteed damage because you don't need the crit chance. That's just wasted for this build.
Yeah. I was thinking if Wrath was better because it adds just flat damage. And then lightning obviously on the tornado, but...
I don't think it's better.
It's not. Not even close. Zealotry is insane. But also, doesn't Zealotry spawn consecrated ground when you kill stuff?
Yes.
Does it do it under the rare?
Wherever you kill.
Wherever you kill.
Yes.
No, it's not. It's when you hit. But yeah, wherever you hit.
Then where you hit, yes.
Because that makes it always in the consecrated ground, which, I mean, doesn't do anything for PoB.
No, but it means you can stay at a distance and
Yeah.
still have the effect. That's what it
And
does.
it'll still linger, right?
It lingers for 4 seconds and the build hits way faster than that, so it's irrelevant. It's always going to be there.
Now it's doing more damage with fucking all the life and all the ES and all the recovery.
And now please go for another Watcher's Eye. We still want the Zealotry dropping or dealing more damage when on consecrated ground or whatever the fuck it is. And something else with hatred that actually does something for us.
Yeah, not the crit.
Exactly.
Can I create it? Is it in here?
You can create it. Just go to the Uniques Watcher's Eye and then you get to select the auras. Once you hold it into the... You're right. At the top you can just go ham and look at what it does. So
Oh, you
definitely...
can roll this as well. Bam.
Oh.
Added cold damage, added crit. Right, cold penetration. That sounds pretty good. No, we have the thing. We have the thing. Increased cold damage then, I guess. Or no, not fist to cold, right?
Physical would be ideal.
But then it does nothing when it's the cold
Wait.
tornado.
Yeah.
It does not. It does, well, like a third or whatever when it's the other two.
I mean, hatred is always going to give us cold damage, no matter which element the tornado rolls.
Yeah, and we're already converting on the gloves, right? So it's gonna be something like, I don't know what the math comes out to, but it's like 25% or something of the physical damage is gonna be, or 20% or whatever. Sorry, if it's 30% at least. What was the gloves?
10%. You roll the absolute garbage roll.
Oh, I took
on
the garbage
gloves.
one. Oh, it's 10%.
I think you can go up to 25 or 30 or some bullshit if you buy use the big embers and not the tiny ones.
Can you have two of the same, or can it only roll hatred once?
No, can hatred multiple times. But the only one who can drop triple Watcher's Eyes would be Uber Elder.
Yeah.
Not many people can do it, and therefore it's gonna be fucking expensive.
Yeah.
So you kind of want to keep it on the reasonable side of things.
Yeah, I was just wondering.
Let's go for this one. Let's see what happens. 8 million.
Blasting.
Right. Okay, then let's go for proper gauntlets. Change the number from 10% to, I don't know, 20. Let's see what happens.
How do you pick the better ones? Can you not?
You can. You could just add it. That would be the easy way to do it.
You mean like in edit?
Yeah, there's the edit button. You change 10 to 20%, and bam, you're done.
Why can I not find it?
Oh, it's probably scroll to the right. You have this bar at the very bottom that you need to use to scroll all the way.
Did you say 20?
Yes.
Let's go to the lightning tornado and see what it does. I did nothing. What?
Did you save?
I did.
Ah, you didn't.
I did.
Okay, now you did. It's just the delay. So it's 6.8 on the lightning.
Same on the fire, but if you spawn the cold, you're blasting.
Okay. I mean, I don't know, is there a visual cue that you can tell which one it is?
I'd assume it just looks frosty. Do I have it?
Should be available. Lily should sell it. I mean, he's clearly using a transfigured version, but the base version should be the same visually.
Well, I would assume that. I would assume that it. I would assume that the tornado is just orange if it's fire, and like whitey with if it's ice, right? And then lightning around it.
Go somewhere where actually monsters are at and hit them. I don't think you can tell unless it hits something.
And does this do the same?
I think so, yes. It's just a transfigured version, so the visuals should be the same. It's just different numbers and
But
behavior.
this just does damage, right? It just doesn't do elemental damage.
Oh, this doesn't even convert.
No.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, okay, then we can figure it out this way. Well, my idea was if you can tell whether it's coal or fire, whatever, you can just stand there and respawn until victory, but probably, no, you can't.
I would assume you can.
No, you can't, because once you spawn the fourth one, it will delete the oldest.
Yeah, so you can't spam for 3 of the right one, right? But you can spam for 1.
Yes.
If you send out, like, non-cold, you can fire off another one and see if you get cold.
Yeah. And once you get cold, you just want to get to 3 and then let him do the work.
Yeah, exactly. You can always
Okay.
gamba for the next 2 to see if you get 2 colds, but after that, you're just gonna let it run out.
So on average, you would then be looking at, I don't know, say 7.5 million damage or whatever. Just, you know, to keep the numbers simple, but that should be accurate enough. Right?
Yeah.
That is definitely enough damage. I mean, you are now dealing some 12, no, well, without Cull, it's 11, I think.
Yeah, when they're low life, right?
So, and this build has 100% damage uptime, which your build doesn't necessarily have. It's close to 100, but it's not quite 100.
It depends on how well I'm playing, but it's not free 100.
Right, but this one is.
Yeah, exactly. This one's one cast, and then you run around and you do another cast. Or three
So,
casts, I guess.
On average, this should probably end up being the same damage. Because if we assume we know you do deal 11 million and say, I don't know, you have 80% damage uptime or something, then you would end up with 8.5-ish mil realistic damage. And this is just straight up 7.5 to 8
Yeah.
with 100% uptime. So this should even out, more or less. I don't think you would be able to tell the difference, unless I'm completely mistaken. That is always a chance, an option. I could always be wrong, right?
I think it's fair to say that it would do one. It would do. You would feel that it does a little bit more, little bit less damage. But I also think it would feel like it does a lot less damage because you're doing nothing. Like when the tornadoes are out, you're just picking your nose.
Well, no, you're dodging incoming damage, and that is what ball lightning doesn't allow you to do.
That is true. Yeah. When it gets hectic enough, yeah.
Yes, and that is what you want. If you don't know a boss and you're about to learn the hard way what mechanics this motherfucker's actually using, you don't want to stand there and have to aim. You just want to be click a button, go, do things, and I'll just focus on whatever the boss does.
It's kind of ironic though, because this thing has the regen to stand through most of things.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have jinxed it that
But
way.
you
Be
can't. Because there's no point. You're not doing more damage if you're casting.
Well, I would assume this build is allowing you to take 2, maybe 3 hits and get away with it, and then you recover while you're not taking any damage. And that is most likely enough to get through. Right? But it's not gonna be like, oh, you let me stand in front of a boss and take a ass whooping.
Honestly, this build almost lets you take any and all damage that doesn't one-shot you.
Yes. As long as you're leeching and the map mods don't say you can't regen and all that bullshit, then yes.
Because you have under 8,000 life. Your life regen plus leech is more than 8,000 life. So it's just your ES. That's... You can only get hit once every 3 seconds.
Wait, you have a net ES recovery of 3.1 per second, and you do have how much ES? 9.
Yeah, so a little over
0.9.
3.
So a third per second, basically. And you do have, let's say, 8,000 life, and you regen net 3.8 plus 3.2 leech, so 7 combined leech and regen per second.
Yeah, okay, so you lose 900.
Yeah, pretty much.
You lose 900 damage a second, basically. It's like you can pretty much stand in whatever doesn't one-shot you, basically.
Yes. Unless it's a million small hits, then you would probably...
What about consecration? Does it apply only once?
Consecrated ground.
Yeah, consecrated ground.
Yeah, can't stack.
Okay. Because I know that this whole, like, it makes your life recovery added on to, right? That that's what Pious Bad does, right? But Consecrated Ground itself has a regen as well, yeah?
Yeah, 6%.
Yeah, and that does not stack still.
No.
Okay.
Now, it is a lingering effect for 4 seconds, meaning you have to stop, let it drop, and pick it up, basically, and then you can
I remember
keep going.
from Mjolnir.
Right.
I mean, this is kind of sick. But I feel like that with a lot of things I see. And now it's just my hubris that's like, I want to build it myself.
I think this is an extremely cool build. And the concept of it, at least, it's something else. It's tanky as fuck. And I don't think your Chieftain last league was anywhere near as tanky as this dude is.
No. He has about 1,000 or 2,000 more life than I did, and he has energy shields, which I basically didn't have.
Yes, and you didn't have this much regen either.
I don't know how much regen I had. Probably not anywhere near. In comparison to my HP, I had a lot.
Yes.
Probably not that lot. Shit, probably not that much. Let's see.
You were dealing like 2 or 3 million damage at most with Fire Trap combined.
Yeah, I had half this life recovery.
Okay, and no ES recovery, obviously.
Yeah, none of that.
And what's the damage on the Chieftain? Fire Trap and RF combined?
Oh, I have to click in all the things.
It can't be that much. Maybe 2 million, 3 million tops.
Without the explosions, just quick, it's like just over 1 mil, but I'm not sure what I haven't put in.
Nah, it was at least 2 million. But anyway, so this is way tankier and deals at least 3 times, if not 4 times, the damage
Yeah.
of the Righteous Fire Chieftain. That's basically what we're talking about.
Yeah, and it has a 1.3 K life on it, and just small 10,000 energy shield.
Mm-hmm. And it would be a different take, you know, compared to what the creator of the build was doing.
That is
So-
true. We have changed a lot of shit. Like fundamentally.
And you're not even using Ivory Tower for the sockets or anything. It's just really, okay, Ivory Tower has a stat line that does things. Let me get that real quick.
Let me get that energy shield real quick.
Yeah, that's basically all it does.
It was essentially, I want an aura, let me benefit from it more.
Yeah.
I want an aura, I don't want to lose the life. Ivory Tower it is.
Yeah, essentially. But it almost tripled the damage by now. Yes, he started out with like 2.7, 2.8, I think.
Yeah.
Originally. Something in that ballpark. So, yeah, it's significantly more damage. Granted, we slapped in the Watcher's Eye and what have you, but what
That's
does the...
probably a pretty expensive Watcher's Eye.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't get it, then you don't get it, whatever. Who cares, right? And you don't even need to link anything. It's just, hey, I need 6 sockets on my chest, please, and all red, if possible, but no links needed. So that should be easy.
To be fair though, they don't even have to be all red.
Why
Because-
wouldn't you?
I mean, the helmet needs to be green.
Yes, obviously.
But
But that's
there is-
not a free socket. Only the empty sockets matter.
Yeah. but then you're filling out Assassin's Mark for blue, Flame Dash for blue, Righteous Fire for blue, Frost Shield for blue, Zealotry, blue again, right? Needs to be linked to a red, and then Hatred for green. So depending on, you could just put most of them in your chest piece, right? And just have the other ones have red sockets.
Wait. We're still running Zealotry on the Eternal Blessing, or do
Yeah.
we? Okay. That means we could run an unset ring, which are the rings with a socket, and snap the fucking Hatred or Zealotry or whatever in there, into the ring. We lose the implicit, but boo-hoo. It saves a red socket on the gear though, and should give us more life, shouldn't it?
Isn't the onset ring just gonna have a red socket? You don't even need to put it in there then. It's just on equipped items, right? Or is it on armor specifically?
I don't know. What
Any
does the
equipped
wording-
item.
Is that the wording?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well then. I mean, the Vermilion ring I would still be using. That makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, the fire resistance ring is gonna be tough. I guess get rid of the attacks or the dex you need, right? And that's the suffix, so can't even do that.
No, dex and resistances are both suffixes, so that's gonna be. I mean, the unset ring would be luxury, but that would obviously one more socket. And if you go to the config and add just one more red socket for shits and giggles, does it even matter? Or is it...
It's about
pointless?
100k damage.
It's not worth the hassle.
It's about
I mean,
100 regen. About 100 life.
Yeah. Ugh.
About a little over 100 energy shield as well. So I mean, it does. I guess it's a min-max thing you can do if you have the resistances. But
It's
then
not really
wouldn't you
worth it,
just
though.
just get a double vermilion?
It's probably better. If you just wanted to stack life, yeah. I mean, he doesn't even have Fertile Catalyst on his Vermilion ring. If he did, that would be 10%.
The one
For the ring.
socket is more. This is about 100k, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was, yeah.
So actually, you'd be better off putting. I guess you'd be better off putting 2 onset rings in instead of the vermilion ring, maybe.
Yeah, okay. I mean, you lose the implicit, so resistances might be a little bit harder to get, but
If I put on 2 of these blood grips and then I put in 2 more, just for the sake of it. That's on what? 8.1 and 8,000, almost 110 energy shield.
not
take it.
really worth it.
Down to 3.
Nah. Go back to the skills, please, and add a petrified blood where the aura is sitting. Just for shits and giggles, I want to see what it does. Not the eternal blessing one, the other aura. So add it to hatred. Because now these 2 auras are competing. Okay, so now we're down. Ooh, that hurts. No, that's not a good idea. Not good.
What do you mean? You don't want to life regen twice as much as life HP as you have? Can
Well,
that make it pop in every 1.5 second, maybe?
I mean, if you turn off hatred, just
Then we're
For a
not low
second.
life anymore.
anyways, go to the config and tell Bob we are in fact low life. Whether we are or not doesn't matter. Just to
That's 3 million damage down.
okay. So that hurts, obviously. But what Petrified Blood does, it's converting 40% of any hit damage into a degen. And guess what this build doesn't give a shit about?
Degen. Life regen. Let's go.
Right, so if you don't want to get one-shotted, that's what you do. You slap on the fucking Petrified Blood and just don't give a shit. So, if you were actually struggling against a boss and you don't care, I mean, whether it's 5 or 8 million, who gives a shit? It's whatever, I just don't want to die. Then you would turn off that aura and maybe slap in a vitality or whatever, just whatever it takes to get to low life, and rock a Petrified Blood aura, because you can. And it's gonna be absolutely broken on this build.
Yeah. Oh, this is kind of fucking dumb. Where's he getting all the life from? Is it just this fucking amulet? It isn't.
No, it's not. He's got life on every piece of gear wherever he can. Obviously.
It's the more shit, right? It's because he has more here and there's one here as well, right?
And he has the more life mastery as
Yeah,
well,
there.
yes.
So he has 20% more life. That'll do it, I guess.
No.
And he's even invested into 2 life clusters he doesn't need.
Masteries,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
And he's
hurt.
not even using this one.
No.
That's wild.
I mean, I think it's a fucking cool concept. I have no idea how you would level that bitch, but probably just go Armageddon brand and pick one
He
fire
has
cluster and
3 life clusters. Or sorry, what are they called again when they're just not clusters? What are they?
bam. Wheels.
Wheels, yeah. He has 3 life wheels he doesn't need.
Oh. Why not? I mean, he's basically filling out life wherever he can. And he doesn't even have the full Marauder life. There's a bunch of notables he could still get in that wheel. Like 4 or something. He's just not gonna have enough points to get him. Fire, he could.
This is so fucking insane. So much life.
I think it's cool. It's really fucking cool. What flask is he even using? It's probably bullshit, right?
Yeah, we swapped in the bottled faith, but he's using at least he has bleed immunity, but gain 1 charge. He has movement speed with armor. He has granite with regenerate 3% of life per second during effect.
That makes sense, yeah.
That's crafted onto, right? So you can always get that.
Yeah, that's a Katarina mod.
And then 9% increased cast speed.
Does gas speed scale? Probably does. But by how much?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't?
No,
The
it
fuck?
It
Okay.
just makes it a little bit nicer when he pops out the 3 tornadoes and then he runs off.
Oh my god. If you turn off the flasks, what happens to his physical max hit? Right now it's 24,000, which is plenty.
23.
So why the fuck is he running an armor flask? What's the point?
I'm also kind of wondering why he's going here. No, it's life. Okay. There's life on that wheel.
I mean, if he would be using all 3 elemental flasks, a topaz, a ruby, and the sapphire, ideally a taste of hate. Obviously, taste of hate would be broken. Oh shit. That would be good.
You want that on every build, yes.
Yeah, but especially on this one. Gain 30% of fist damage as extra cold with a hatred. Nom nom nom. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
Oh yeah, that's even more damage. Let's go.
Yes, and then you run any topaz flask, which with whatever the fuck mods, who cares? That is gonna be even better because
What are you gonna get rid of then? The movement speed?
I'm not sure if he needs a life flask. Probably for mapping I would drop that and keep the Quicksilver, but for now just drop the Quicksilver and replace it with a topaz. It doesn't matter. It's just to find shit out. So if he was to use the fucking topaz flask, then lightning coil converts fist damage to lightning. Lightning coils converts fist damage to lightning, and the topaz is going to give him more lightning resistance. So it should.
What do we
prevent
want?
you-
Oh.
I don't know, slap whatever. Who cares?
All of the energy shield leech.
Right, even more sustain. That can't hurt. Right, so now he's even more tanky versus fist hits. His elemental hits is through the roof, because why the fuck not? He's got more leech. And Taste of Hate is adding also more damage. This is getting more and more broken by the minute. You realize that, right?
Yeah, I can see.
I don't understand why he didn't do it from the get-go, but whatever. If that's what he wants, then that's what he wants. I would definitely go for Taste of Hate. There's no discussion to be had. I mean, he's solo self-on, so maybe he doesn't have a Taste of Hate. That's fair.
I even made a shit one.
If you can't buy stuff, there's no reason to not use a Taste of Hate. Right, so now it's 9 million damage. Granted, you don't have your flask up all the time. I understand that.
And also the botcher size kind of insane.
At this point, basically, this is dealing the exact same damage as your lightning bolts build, while being at least twice as tanky and having all the passive sustain in the world.
Yeah. And it leaves room to not just is it more tanky, but it also you don't have to stand still and cast, so you're far less vulnerable.
Right.
If you just run around in PoE, you're basically immortal.
Yeah. So this build should absolutely be able to just catch 3 or 4 stray hits from off screen that you didn't see coming. Just be like, whatever. That I guess that hurts, and you just move on with your life.
I mean, you can catch almost if you're not leeching. I mean, you are leeching, right? So you can you can catch like fucking 10,000 worth of damage a second in strays. and you're not
Yeah.
taking any damage.
Yeah, you would just bounce back and be like, ah, did I get hit? I don't know.
Wait, is this supposed to do anything? That is fucking stupid.
And just to hammer the point home, there's still no damage scaling in the build. It's just fucking auras, a Watcher's Eye, a flask, or well, I guess 2 flasks if you account for Bottled Faith. But that's essentially it. All the
Unnatural
other
instincts as well.
Does that add damage?
Yeah. I think it adds not a little bit. I think it adds quite a lot.
Okay. Fair enough.
Nah, it's
But-
only 342,000.
Okay, then it's debatable whether it's worth investing 5 points into it.
Yeah, it's probably not. But it does give
It's a good chunk of region. That might be worth it. But does this build really need more region?
I thought you said you couldn't cap region.
No, you can't.
So you always need more. I won't stop until regen is my max HP.
Yeah, essentially that's what you want, yeah.
Oh,
But yeah,
Min-maxing, one less than your max HP.
I mean the question is, what can we get for 5 points? Right? That would be better. Because
Yeah.
if you drop those 5 points, then you could grab all the life in the Marauder start area, including the region notable in Marauder start. And is that gonna be better?
Is these? So these 5 or?
Yeah. Exactly. Not the one that's very close to the start, just the 4 in the wheel and then the one leading up. So is that gonna be any better? Damage-wise, we probably lost a little bit.
I think we gained.
We gained?
No, was it 300?
I think you said 300, yeah. I
Yeah,
didn't
then we
pay
lost.
attention.
Then we lost. Yeah, it's 210 then.
Okay, but do we have more life? 16.3, so
Yeah, we
yes,
do.
we did gain life. If we gained life, we did gain energy shield.
But we lost life regen, I think.
Okay. That's a bummer, but I guess it is what it is.
Yeah, because there's
Right.
life regen here, here, here. And then there's just, yeah, physical damage, I guess. The tornadoes also grew smaller.
Yeah.
Lost cast speed. Oh, we lost duration on the tornadoes as well.
That could be a little bit annoying, yes.
I think this is worth it, right? It's not something that's going to show up a lot, but bigger AoE is easier clear. Increased duration is less time spent casting. This is just scaling.
It would also scale the obliteration explosions if you were to use that for general clear, and I don't see why you wouldn't use obliteration. You still
Yeah, the
have
AoE.
plenty damage, and you know explosions are just gonna be good. There's
More explosion is always more better.
yes, basically.
Do we get this one as well?
I don't know.
I think
That's a bit
so.
on the edge, maybe.
I mean, it colors in the orange, so we get it. We even
Okay.
get this one. I'm assuming the coloration on the rings indicates that you get it in that ring. Oh, if it was not small, you'd get Ash, Frost, and Storm.
That would be absolutely insane.
You would
yeah.
also get this. Bro, why doesn't it do that?
Oh, wait. Before I say it might be broken, plot twist. let's not use an unnatural instinct, but let's plug in some thread of hopes and let's see what we can hit.
Oh shit. I'm just selling
Maybe-
a pair of gloves. Plus
There's
one
a light-
divine.
You're nice. There's a life wheel on the other side, right? That's gonna give you life recovery on kill, and we currently don't have that sustain, which is obviously horrible. How's this build gonna survive without
So what?
recovery?
Thread
kill.
of hope, massive?
No, not massive. No, that would be probably small to get to there, but
Wait. To here?
I have to wait for fucking. Yes, that's probably small, or maybe medium. Definitely not massive.
Definitely not massive. Okay.
I don't think so, but let's just find out what it is. We get there, and then let's see what else we can get. I'm hoping we can get Ash, Frost and Storm, whatever, and the life wheel over there. Right? Which we can't, it has to be bigger.
And then there's no way you get Ash, Frost, and Storm, right? And you're not
No.
gonna get anything here.
Fuck. There's nothing else up north, down south. No, really. Shit. Oh, that's frustrating. I'm not happy with that.
For crying out. Ah! There we go. Oh, massive is massive, huh?
Yeah, but do we get something with a massive? No, we don't. There's not really anything.
No. You get the starter note. So it has to be very large, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
So attack speed, we can get mana, which we don't have. There's the Sentinel, which won't do shit. Reduced skill effect duration ain't good. I would assume we can't get exceptional performance. Maybe.
Doesn't-
Maybe. I don't know. But it doesn't work. Why does it... Why does it not work?
I just click it. And then remove the connection.
Oh.
But you have to remove all the other nodes leading up manually.
Now
It's
this
fucking
one...
annoying. I don't know why that is, but oh well.
Yeah,
I guess.
this doesn't... You can't get exceptional performance. You can only get... It's only hired killer that would make any sense to get.
Yeah, that's not worth it.
No. You need to use it somewhere else, I guess.
Yep. But I don't see where, because he is already picking up all the life nodes he can get. There's really nothing left on the tree that says life and would be in range.
I mean, the only thing I can see is you could... No, I mean, you could save something for not having to travel up there, but you won't get all of these then.
I think maybe some life, some damage scaling, if you were to grab the jewel socket near Divine Judgment, right? So that's generic elemental damage, but what else would you be picking up to make it worth it? It's probably not a whole lot that you could even pick up.
You can't... Wait, these are... You could... Well, then you... I mean, it'll fuck up shit because you're gonna... it'll be something like here, here, and here, right? And you can't not take this because then you can't get to this life node.
Right.
And this is consecrated ground one, so that's even better, right?
Yep. You definitely want that.
Like you'd almost have to go big and then take amplify, but then you're not really getting anything over here. I guess you can get the physical as extra points, but would that be in the same ring? I don't think so. No, it won't.
No, it's not. Yeah, I don't remember. Well, maybe. Oh, if thread of hope is not the solution, then impossible escape is. Let me think. Which one? What do we want? We want. Yes. Impossible escape for the agnostic. Slap that please in, where a natural instinct is sitting right now.
For the agnostic?
Yes, it might just be big enough. Add to build. Let's see, is it big enough? It should be, right?
This seems pretty good.
And all the other elemental shit that's worth it? Well, maybe. I don't know. I mean, 15% of that life pool is, what, 2,000 life? Something stupid?
It's nice to have, right? Oh, shit. I took out the... But we can't put it in that socket. We need to put it in another socket because we need the points from that socket to put into the points up here.
That makes it a bit more complicated then.
And then we're losing a critical strike multiplier all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's probably not worth it. And the possible escape can be expensive if they happen to be popular.
Yeah, look at the damage loss. Oh, that was not the one. That's like 600k, and then we have to do.
Nah, I mean it's enough damage as is. We know that because your ball lightning doesn't really do much more damage, and it's destroying everything essentially. It just doesn't survive. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And this one would. And I don't think it's expensive.
You don't think it's expensive?
No. Most of the gear you have,
It
you
would be
will
the
obvious-
glorious vanity. It would be bottled faith. It would be taste of hate. The untouched soul. Crest of desire. Rat pith. And I think I might have the dogs here. But I'm not sure.
Crest of Desire, a good rolled one, could be expensive, and Bottled Faith, maybe? But the rest is basically just life and rest gear. And yes, you want all the rest and all the life, but, you know, if you just... Well, yeah, Bottled Faith is 12 Divine, so that's expensive.
Yeah, and the Watcher's Eye is probably going to be fucking expensive as well.
Yeah, it depends on what you want, but yeah, Crest of Desire, bam, that's heist only, so, oh no. Wait, what? It's that fucking, it's 4 divine for damn near perfect rolls.
4 or 40?
4.
Okay.
So, yeah. And then, yeah, Watcher's Eye is whatever. That's not really the deciding factor, and the rest, the Untouched Soul, I think is 20 chaos or something. It's dirt cheap, nobody uses it. Untouched Soul, it's 5 chaos. If you, nah, why would you go for corrupted? Uncorrupted one is 10 chaos. So yeah, whatever. Dark Seer, I could check that real quick too if you don't have one. It can't be expensive, I don't think. What do we want? This is the wrong version.
Is it the Darkseer?
Yes.
Well, then I don't have it.
Oof, that one is actually expensive. If you wanted to have +2 life and +2 ES. I can't find one right now, but the +2 life is at least 1 divine, so... Oh, the mana thingies are right now really expensive. I see. Why can't I have... There's a life one. +2 life, and then please +2 energy shield. Can I have that? No? Oh, I can. It's 5 divine.
Oh, jeez. I can roll both mana and energy shield and life, or like one of two of the three, or
Right. That's how that works.
okay. Is that
So,
that's a lot of life, or where's is that all of his life that comes from that one?
I mean, it's 200 flat life at level 100, right?
Yeah, it's only 1,000 life.
I mean, only.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at 15k, right? It's like something has to be, but it's just a lot of small things, right?
Yeah.
And then the necklace. But I was just assuming that the necklace would be like half of it.
Honestly, I thought so too. And does he have the fertile catalyst on his necklace, which he may not because he is SSF. And if he doesn't, then slap fertile catalyst on the amulet. There's no way you could get away without. He doesn't.
I don't think he does.
Holy fuck! Slap fertiles on it. Do it. Go.
How do I do that? How do I do that?
Are you... Wait, what? Let me just check real quick if it doesn't show because it's an imported build. Untouched soul, right? So, bam. The unmodified life value is 40. What does he have?
48.
Ah, then he has catalyst on it. Shit. It's 20% increased life and mana rolls. Yeah. So he has that. But yeah, okay. I mean, that's just too obvious to not have it.
Yeah. But I guess, could you have it on... No, it's rings, and you could have it on his ring, right?
Can it have it on rings, belts, and the amulet?
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he has it on his belt too. And that's how he got to the life.
Yeah, 48. It can only go to 40.
Yep. So he got max roll, 10% increased max life. Okay, cool. And then he buffed it up to 12. So yeah, there's gonna be some crafting for all the life gear involved, obviously. Shouldn't come as a surprise. But he's actually not using that much in terms of rare gear. He just doesn't.
Nah, it'd be like 20 divines to put it all together.
I
All
think
of the
so,
shit
yes.
we've done.
Yeah.
And then maybe some crafting stuff.
But yeah, that would be a dirt cheap build if it is capable of tackling T-17s, and I think it is. It has the damage and it has the survivability. And it would allow at least a few fuck-ups without dying immediately. I'm not really sure what I would be doing to scale damage more without sacrificing all the survivability. I guess better jewels and whatnot, but yeah, I mean 10 million is good enough anyways,
Yeah.
so it doesn't really matter.
What was that that energy shield thing you were talking about with what's it called, penance brand? Was it his?
The skills you is energy blade.
Is it a skill?
Energy blade is an active skill, yes, and then you have to link penance brand to spell blade. The energy blade is immediately gonna cut half the energy shield. It's just taken it away, and it's replacing the Dark Seer as the main weapon.
It basically reserves energy shields, or?
Yes, and turns that into flat lightning damage. And then you would use Spellblade to add a portion of your main hand's weapon to the spell. And now what you want to be doing is doing what you are doing, going for Ivory Tower, but obviously you go low life, you reserve all the life, and you want to have not like 10,000 energy shield, but 20,000, and stack intelligence and whatnot, everything that would scale energy shield and also scale strength, because that scales your life, so reserving more is obviously gonna grant you more energy shield, and the more powerful energy blade becomes, and therefore spellblade is gonna be more powerful, and that's where your damage is coming from.
Okay. What does it mean when it transforms your equipped weapons into swords from that energy? Do I have the same weapon? It's just a sword? So I can't use...
No, the Dark Seer would be technically gone. It wouldn't be equipped anymore. It wouldn't count anymore. You could just... well, the stats don't matter on the Dark Seer anymore. Right, and what people are using instead is a weapon with an abyssal socket. So they still have the abyssal socket and get whatever the jewel is providing, but the weapon will be replaced with an energy blade.
So +2 level of all spell gems goes away.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that makes it easier to roll weapons, huh?
You don't have a weapon. You just buy one with an abyssal socket and call it a day.
Is that a
Those
specific one, or how do you get an abyssal socket on a weapon?
It's something on the Atlas tree that converts weapons into...
Okay, so it will just be a whatever scepter that just has... or whatever it is.
With an abyssal socket, yeah. It's just some white weapon, nobody cares, it's bullshit. as long as it has an abyssal socket, you're good to go.
Okay.
Then you want strength and int as suffixes on it, and as prefixes you want energy, shield, and life.
What
That would be
happens? What happens to your? So let's say that I have. You said strength and int on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say I need that strength and int for my gear.
On the abyssal jewel.
No, on the abyssal jewel. I meant on the weapon.
No. The abyssal jewel is still there. It's just the weapon that gets replaced.
Yeah. Okay, so but can you have stats on that weapon? I know
No.
they get replaced.
You can have stats, but they won't count.
So if I have, say, you can have strength on your weapon, right?
Well, let's assume you can, doesn't matter. But yeah, that strength would be gone.
So if I need that strength for my gear, that gear will be unequipped when I press the button.
Right.
Well, that would be a get fucked moment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to look at this and take as much tech away from it as I can.
That's the point of the build, yes. I mean, it's a one-trick pony, let's be honest. It doesn't do much, but what it does really, really well.
It scales HP super well.
Yes.
And if you take just some of it, then you'd be good to go, right?
I mean, this is PoE in a nutshell. You focus on one thing and scale it all the way, as much as you possibly can. What this build, or the reason why this build is so powerful, is because it has the ability to turn life into damage.
Yeah, any
Yeah.
build where you scale one thing and that's the thing you go for, and you can turn that into damage as well, and that thing being a defensive thing will be pretty good, yeah.
Yes.
Because yeah, you can take fire damage and scale all the fire damage in the world, but you'll die if they sneeze your way.
Right.
But you'll do a lot of damage.
Exactly. And there's a ton of builds out there in PoE Ninja and whatnot, dealing 200 or 500 million damage or more than that. Their only business is deleting Über bosses in a split second, instant face them before they get to do anything, and that's all these builds can do. They couldn't run a tier 1 map. And the players who make these builds were absolutely fucked when they tried to run T17s, thinking, oh well, this is an Über boss build. Surely I can run T17s. Ah, no, I can't. Fuck.
Yeah. I kind of hope that they go away from that for PoE too. If it is the whole like scale just one thing to high heavens, and then that doesn't seem all that good. I mean, it's cool that you can, but when you can,
you still have to find out how.
well, yeah, for sure, yeah, but that's not. It's just essentially it makes them. If you can do this to a high enough degree, it makes it the only the only viable thing to do, right?
Yeah. That's a bit of an exaggeration, because you still need other things. And if you look at the damage department, everyone in softcore would just laugh at this build. And I checked in PoE Ninja how many dudes are using the amulet, right? Because if they're using the amulet, they're playing a version of this build, and there's multiple versions of it. And it was 0.3% or something. So the softcore guys are looking at this and are going, this is bullshit.
That's still pretty high. When I usually check an ID, it's below 0.1.
Now, I saw this last week, And I was thinking about doing something combined with the Warlock Ascendancy that's basically gonna give you some bullshit based on sacrificed life and what have you. Those Ascendancies unfortunately don't exist anymore. But yeah, it's still absolutely fucking broken. So, it's fun.
Spells you
this one-
cast yourself gain added physical damage equal to 75% of life cost if life cost is not higher than the maximum you could spend.
It's not higher than the maximum you... What?
Yeah, I don't know.
But this build is spending 10% of your life.
But is it spending it though? It's sacrificing it.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know what the wording does in this context. I don't know.
Yeah, but those are gone, sadly. I feel like they should have added those in. Maybe Prage, they come next league, I guess.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, this is a cool added thing to fuck around with. I get it. I get that it's power creep. I get that. But just bump up the numbers a little bit. Maybe the Uber bosses have 80% DR now.
No, wow, what a difference.
I mean, it is a big difference, isn't it?
I mean, so they have 75 right now.
Yeah, exactly. But the difference between 75% like fire resistance and 80% fire resistance is pretty big, yeah?
Yeah, okay, I guess, but yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's still, what, 20% DR
Yeah,
increase?
It is. It is.
No, 20% damage done, reduced. I guess.
Yeah, but this looks like a viable option to me.
Yeah, almost 10 million damage and unkillable, hopefully.
It looks like it, yeah. I personally have never played a build this tanky. Usually my max hit rolls are like 40,000, and I cleared T17s no problem with that. But I had max block, so most of the time I wasn't even taking any damage.
Yeah,
I
with
had-
evasion rating and block, you're basically not getting hit, right?
Right. And I had way less recovery than this build. Way less, but it felt extremely nice. Plus, what else? I had, I believe, 9 million damage. So it's the same ballpark, essentially. Except it was chaos damage, and most bosses don't have that much chaos damage, resistance. But you're ignoring resistances anyway, so it doesn't really matter, other than your damage can be reflected, so I guess that sucks, but that's about it. By the way, I was thinking, is there a leech wheel nearby for you? Just, you know, to grab some instant leech or some shit.
That has to be spell leech, right, to get something, no?
No.
That's no, that's bleed.
It's just the mastery. The rest doesn't matter. If the rest doesn't apply, it's fine. We already have leech. It's just the mastery. I can see one wheel, but that would be 7 points. Ooh.
Yes.
Ooh. That's not
There's-
nice.
I don't think so. I think it's just this one.
They're all too far away.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that one is expensive. I
Yeah,
mean,
this one?
It's,
Yeah, this is insane.
it's the closest though. Yeah, leech is not happening. Or instant leech, I should say. Would be nice, but I guess this build may have enough sustain without instant leech. possibly.
We need more regen. We must path up here. We must get endurance charges.
Then you have to have a way to generate endurance charges as well without consuming sockets.
Can I just get them for existing, like a hero fend?
You can
Sacrifice 2 gems and get conviction of power.
You can go for inexorable.
It's this one, right?
No. I mean, you could steal it with jewels from... Yeah, that one. Exactly. That would be 3 points, and you basically should have most of the time the endurance charges, or you could sacrifice 2 jewel sockets and then steal the Hierophant Ascendancy.
Yeah, exactly. That was what I was saying, the conviction of power.
That would be another way to do it, and it's probably more elegant, but yeah.
And permanent.
Yeah.
And it's only 1 point then, but also 2 jewels, and then we need to find resistances.
It doesn't even cost points. It's really just the jewels, and you get 16 all rest from the endurance charges.
Yeah,
so...
Oh, you're right. So the jewels are... So it's critical multiplier then.
Right. Yeah. That we would lose on whatever else is on the jewels.
Yeah. Max life.
Yeah, that would hurt. But yeah. I'm not sure if it's worth it, to be honest.
What do you mean? It would be 0.8% life per second. I don't understand this not worth thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be diminishing returns at some point for everything you do in this game.
Oh, is there?
Mm-hmm. And because the opportunity costs are just gonna get too high, at some point it's just, okay, I get 1% here and 1% there, why don't I do something else?
Oh, when I hear diminishing returns, I'm so tainted from WoW that means that whenever I get, say, if I get 10 strength, as soon as diminishing returns hit it, then for every 10 strength I gain, I only gain 7.
Yeah, no, that's not what it is. It's just, you know, if I wanted to grab this wheel, then I have to pay 3 traveling points to get there, and then 4 points to grab the entire wheel. That's 7 fucking points. Is it really worth it, or can I do something better with my 7 points, right? So I guess the proper wording would be opportunity costs.
Yeah.
They're just at some point too high, and you could just do better stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm pretty hooked on doing something with Pious Past and Sanctuary. And a bunch of energy shield and life regen now. Getting the passive regen back would feel super nice.
Yeah. The problem with Inquisitor is basically that it forces you into crit, more or less.
And it kind of forces you to stack attributes.
That would be a cheap way to get crit, yes, but it's not the only way to do it. This build solves it with the Wrathpit globe. That's fine. That'll work too.
Yeah.
But the problem is if you don't go crit, then you basically don't have a good choice for your last ascendancy.
Then you're stuck here, and then it's this shit. Because this doesn't really do anything if you're not going crit.
Yeah. So that is the problem with the Inquisitor. It's a one-trick pony, right? You go crit and you go regen. That's what Inquisitor does for you, and not much else.
Yeah.
But Pious Path is incredibly strong. However, I'm occasionally, I should say, watch Pox, and he is the Righteous Fire dude, right?
Okay.
So he's been working on the build for 7 or 8 years, and he started doing it because his PC sucked, and he was playing hardcore, and he was just on the quest to find the most tanky build he possibly could find, just to survive lag spikes and whatever. And that happened to be Righteous Fire, so he was just playing that.
I just fucking noticed the Ascendancy pictures are using armor from the game.
Yeah.
This is Glorious whatever plate, and this is the Gladiator one. This is the lion or bear head evasion rating thing, and this one's like Glorious plate and the hammer, and this is the one that uses Cloak of Flames. This one I can't see. I didn't fucking notice that until now. Carnal armor, I guess. No, this one's carnal armor. What the fuck is this then? That's fucking cool. I didn't fucking notice that.
Just to finish my point really quick.
Yeah, sorry.
Fox kept repeating over and over and over that Inquisitor sucks balls in terms of tankiness compared to Juggernaut or now Chieftain, because with the latest rework, Chieftain just gets all the resistances, which obviously is tanky as fuck. But Inquisitor has 0 mitigation in the Ascendancy.
True.
And that's true. It's got absolutely fucking nothing. But if you make a damaged sponge like this dude, he's just gonna be able to stand there and soak it up, and then the regen kicks in to save the day. That is fine, and that is essentially what your Hierophant is doing now anyways, except it's not being backed up by multiple thousand passive regen and then a few thousand leech on top. You just have the leech when you're fighting, and you don't have the leech when you're not fighting, and you don't have any passive sustain, and that's a bit of a problem. But other than that, this build is basically the same as what you're doing right now. It's just a life stacker instead of a mana stacker, and scales the damage slightly differently, but the concept is pretty much the same. It's not that different.
Yeah. That's also the... But then again, like... It's just this, the Pious Path is just carrying it all, right? Because it lets you just go fucking giga into life. And then you have this freaking melding and Ivory Tower to get the... I mean, you don't even need Ivory Tower, he didn't have it before. To get the energy shield, and all of a sudden you have double your regen rate with Chaos, the Corrupted Soul.
Right. And the funny thing is, you already have a 95 Templar. All you would have to do, if you wanted to play this, actually, get the fucking gear, respec to Inquisitor, change the tree, go.
Yeah.
That's it. And respecking the entire tree is like, I don't know, 150 regret points or something, because you also have to respect the entire Ascendancy. That's it. I think you have way more than that. You probably have like 200 or 300 in your staff right now when it comes to regret.
I think I have 130. 124.
Okay, so you would have to buy some, or buy them from a vendor in town.
Or play a little bit more.
For that, but...
Yeah, but that would be... Yeah, I think I would rather just spend the hours leveling a new one.
Okay, fair. I'm just saying,
Yeah, it would be
you
easy
could
as fuck.
just-
I did think about it today when I had the idea that maybe go Inquisitor for a build if I could just swap, but I wasn't sure if you could swap Ascendancy like
No, you
from
can.
one to another.
You can, absolutely.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing that, and I was like, but that would mean I get rid of the character that I have spent a bit of time into, and if it then doesn't work or needs to farm, then all of a sudden I don't have the character. It's like, or if I just want a change of pace, right? It's like, I have the time to do it, so I'd probably just do that.
I mean, if this build can farm T16s, I'd be extremely surprised. I don't see a
You mean
reason
tier
why.
17s, right? Because if this can't farm tier 16s,
No, I mean, I really mean worst case scenario. Oh my god, I have to farm and now I have to drop down to T16s. And this build can't do it? I'd be surprised. If
oh,
that
it
were
would
the
more
case.
be if the version of it that I come out with can't do it, right? Like,
Yes.
you'd have to
Yes.
get all the gear in place before you even roll around, and that might take a bit. Whereas the fun part of a character is kind of building it, getting there, right? And if you have to go backwards to do that, that would suck ass.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense. I don't need it to jump straight into tier 17s for sure, but if I have to build it up anyways, then being able to just go in and farm 85 bases at my leisure is pretty valuable. At least it was last season for me.
I don't think leveling this build is hard anyways. You would just grab some random fire wheel, there should be one nearby, and then you go Armageddon brand all the way. Not give a fuck, you know, armor brand cremation will carry. And you fill out the tree. Maybe grab some more fire damage somewhere and call it good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would definitely go for the elemental flask. I don't see why you wouldn't. You might get away with no life flask, given how fucking insanely tanky this build is, and you know the recovery it has.
Yeah, slap a corrupted blood immunity gem in somewhere.
Yeah, if you wanted to, sure.
Isn't corrupted blood immunity the really bad one? Like the regen probably can take care of the bleed, no?
I don't think this build would even notice corrupted blood, honestly.
Okay. I thought
I'm-
corrupted blood did. Didn't it? I thought it had percentage. Maybe. No, I just thought it was really bad.
Nah, there's plenty builds that wouldn't notice. They just running around and it's just, what? Something's happening, that's weird. Yeah, carry on, whatever. Same would be poison. Oops. You poisoned me? Really, dude? Nice try. Something like that. It's just a degen. It just doesn't fucking matter. Not with this much regen. It really doesn't. Imagine you had a build that has 5,000 life and no regen. Right? That's your typical build. And
Yeah.
that gets slapped with, say, 3,000 degen. That build would be dead, boom, in 1.5 seconds or something. And then you need the protection. But this dude would just be, hey, man, I'm degenning a little bit here and there, and why?
It just feels so bad to have a build that can tank through almost everything and then not have any benefit to tank through everything. Like, the reason to build something like this is so that you can fucking stand and blast, right? But you don't, because the tornadoes are out and you're just picking your nose.
Yeah, but that's the cool part, because if Cyrus is like, oh, you're like, nah, buddy, you're just stepping aside and your tornadoes are still hammering his fucking ass. You're just laughing at the dude. The same goes from Maven, where you, stand still. No, I'm not standing still, bitch.
But the thing is, here I'd be like, yeah, it does nothing, bitch. I'll stand still and I'll hammer you in the face. But no, here's like, well, if I stand still, I'm just taking damage for no reason. It's like,
Yeah, but I mean that's good practice. Just eventually you would want to play a build that doesn't fully rely on regen, right? Massive regen is a crutch. A big crutch. And eventually you would probably like to play something else that isn't fully relying on regen.
Well, I've done that now.
Yeah, and the result so far is
Well,
mixed.
I've killed all the pinnacle bosses much easier than last league, and I faster as well. That is the result.
I mean, that's not bad.
People are saying tier 17s are harder than Ubers. Do you reckon I could beat Ubers if I bought the fucking things?
First try, no.
No,
Second try, no. Third try, no. 10th try, you absolutely got used to what they're doing, when they're doing, where they are doing it, where you cannot stay, and where you must be when they're doing their shit. Maybe.
It was more, do you think I'd find it easier to do the Ubers than to get the tier 17s done to get to the Ubers?
Honestly, no. Ubers, I think, are more frustrating and more punishing because you will be losing, say, 10 sets or something to learn the fight. And there's quite a few Ubers. So I think it's 7, if I'm not mistaken. So you'd be losing somewhat in the ballpark of 50 to 70 sets before you beat them.
Oh, that sounds shitty. Now I don't want to do it. Now you're making me not want to try them at all.
You mean,
Dude, having to fucking farm out invitations is the worst concept in video games to me.
yeah, but I mean, first off, you can buy them. It's just you've got to bleed a lot of money if you did that.
Yeah.
Or you run with a build in there that, you know, just has to avoid the very obvious one-shots when the boss is winding up for like 10 seconds. Wink, wink, not nudge, nudge. Buddy, you better move. You avoid those, and other than that, you're fine, right? If they do all the other bullshit, it doesn't fucking matter. So, and this is probably one of them. This is also another reason why I would guess this is a good build. I'm not 100% convinced, but I guess it's good because stuff like the Exile ball face is also something this build would just be more or less laughing at. Be like,
But
dude,
you don't think I can do the both?
on Über Exile?
On any?
No.
I always get hit every time.
Yeah. And Über Exile is just gonna spawn some dudes in because reasons.
Then you can leech. That makes it easier.
Yeah, technically, but he also penetrates and all the bullshit. So, and there's the runes and what have you. So it's fucking annoying to do it.
The fact that all the Ubers penetrate kind of make Chieftain a noob trap, doesn't it?
Yes, if you think that noobs should be able to do Ubers, yes.
Well, okay, not a noob trap then, but I mean, assume you don't watch guides, assume that you get there naturally, assume that Chieftain, because Chieftain is so easy to build something that'll work on defensively and offensively.
I mean, most players would probably look at Chieftain and knowing, you know, being at least veterans at the game, they would be going for Righteous Fire. That is pretty obvious that this is what Chieftain wants you to do.
No, but you can get a 7-link chest pretty easily, right?
Yeah, for strike skills and what is...
Or slam skills.
Yeah, I mean, slams are a sad joke right now compared to what they used to be. And strikes, I mean, it would have to be a fire-based strike,
Molten
There's
Strike.
Molten Strike, I guess. And I can't think of any other because for me,
I mean, even
melee,
if they're just physical, you can just convert, right?
you could, yes. But that requires points and knowledge and whatnot, and that's just not everybody has all these things.
But you would assume that you have if you're in the ballpark of Ubers, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I asked. What makes you think that noobs should be tackling Ubers?
Well, they
yeah.
no, that's not what I meant though. But do you? I mean, maybe you'd have the knowledge that Chieftain, like if you don't know that the Ubers penetrate, because I don't think there's anything in the game that tells you, right? Then you would go for a Chieftain thinking it's the option, right? Maybe. I mean, you could at least.
You could, yes.
Because you.
Would I?
I mean, take away the knowledge that Ubers penetrate. Then Chieftain looks pretty good.
Just because of the resistances. For me, the question then would be, where's the damage coming from? Because Righteous Fire ain't it. That's nowhere near enough damage.
No, that's true, but... I mean, you could probably do this one with like a little less efficiency, because obviously you have to get pen somewhere. On a Chieftain.
No, you can't.
Some of the regeneration nodes here you could not take on the tree and get the points to do something else. You'd lose the Pious Path, I get that.
Yes, and that is 12% regeneration. 6 towards life and 6 towards energy shield. That is massive. You
Wait,
will also...
what does it do again? Why does it give you... Oh, it's just the consecrated ground?
Yes, that's 6%. And it lingers, so you don't have
so
to...
you run around.
Exactly. And 12% regen is ginormous. Then you would lose the energy shield. I mean, you can still get it, but how the fuck would you sustain energy shield without being able to regen it? That's 10,000 life gone.
I mean, it's only 10... It would only be 4,000, right?
If you're not running
Ivory Tower.
Yeah, okay. But still, 4,000, that's quite a bit. And then again, where's the damage coming from? The Inquisitor only deals damage because it can ignore resistances on crit, which...
Is that the only reason it's doing... It is double the damage, yeah.
It is massive.
Yeah.
So
that would... But what would it take for you to get this amount? Like, how big of an investment would it be?
For Chieftain.
Yeah, just to get the pen. It will be worse, for sure. Well, not worth. It will not be worth, it will be worse. But the point just is that when I look at the Ascendancy, at least, if I am to take some sort of a defensive approach, right? Which is how I made the Righteous Fire in the first place. I looked at, I want to be defensive, what Ascendancy should I pick? And I looked at Chieftains like, oh, max res, easy clamp, bam. Life regen, easy clamp. And then you get a bit of clear with the explosion, or you get to, I was looking at the fire gem as well, like to see if that could be any good, but there's no fucking point to put it. So in the end I decided not to. But if you look at it, it's pretty good. If you don't know that Ubers have penetration, and if you don't know that maybe it doesn't have enough damage scaling in just getting, what's it called, 20% here or 10% here or whatever it does.
Yeah, okay, but if you don't know how to scale damage, then you have no business buying Ubers. I'll be absolutely honest, because you have to have obviously damage to take on Ubers, and you want to have either absurd damage to delete them right away, or if you want to go the defensive path, then you have to know how to use the few points you have in the most efficient way to get at least enough damage.
Yeah, but before tier 17s, right? Before tier 17s,
Yeah.
you could absolutely get to a spot to challenge Ubers. Assuming you don't know what they entail, right? You just know that it's a bigger boss. With the chieftain, knowing as little as I did. And there's absolutely a way that I could have played the game knowing as little as I did and not knowing Uber's penetrated.
Sure, yeah.
That was just what I meant by saying that it's kind of a noob trap.
Okay, I mean, yeah. Now you wouldn't get there because you would have to run through T17s and farm the invitations and
Yeah, and
blah,
you would
blah,
learn
blah.
that penetration is a problem in those. Yeah.
Right. And you would probably roll over quite a bit and die quite a bit and realize, maybe this isn't it.
You would absolutely learn that the penetration is gonna screw you over. So you'd probably need to swap out of the pure all resist defensive base before you'd even reach the Ubers now. I think adding the tier 17s is a wonderful addition to the game, but I don't understand how they did it this late. And I will say the league they decided to do it in is probably the worst one.
Yeah, and the bugs, that wasn't helping either, but yeah. I mean, did you even hear or notice all the drama going on?
No, I have no idea.
Really? There was a bug. I don't know exactly how it worked, but I think if you used unidentified one-handed weapons or shields and then put it into the beast crafting altar and used the Black Morrigan to craft sockets and then link the sockets.
Oh, you could link Kaum's heart. I did hear about that. Actually, now that you say it. They were linking everything, right?
It was linking absolutely fucking everything. So then builds existed all of a sudden with a 6-link Squire. I mean, Squire doesn't need to be linked, but it had 6 sockets. And Mjolnir also 6-linked, so you could run an 18-link Mjolnir setup.
Wait, the Squire things add twice then, or how did that work? Oh yeah, wait, isn't it 12?
12, yes. Sorry, my bad. But still, you would have a 12-link Mjolnir, which is pretty insane. And then GG posted, we'll fix it and reduce it to the original amount of sockets. By the way, if you have gems in that socket, that will go away. Yeah, that gem is just gone. So maybe you want to remove that. And of course, a bunch of dudes
lost that crap ton of valuable gems.
Yes, of course. And they paid through the nose for those items.
Oh, yeah.
Not expecting that GGG was gonna bring the nerf hammer,
Yeah, I was about to say, fuck, this is the season to make a Mjolnir build.
Yeah,
I betcha I can make my Inquisitor do damage with a 12-link.
Yeah. You weren't the only one. And this got fixed on Monday or Tuesday, I don't know, it's pretty fresh drama. And now people are complaining everywhere on the forums. Oh, I lost gems and my links are gone and I paid so much for
and
the
I can't
gems
do my
and
tier
items."
17s anymore.
Yeah, like that.
I can't even farm my gear out again.
The other people are just posting the link, or basically what GGG announced like 3 days ago. And, hey dudes, we're gonna delete this shit, just so you know. Well, they didn't know and got fucked in the ass real bad. So yeah, now they are not happy, to say the least.
That's fucking great. That is real great.
It is what it is. Poor dudes. I mean, if you're being honest, everyone should know this is a fucking bug. There's no way that this is intended.
Yeah. But then again, I don't know how they usually handle that stuff, right? If they do usually take the we'll fix it next league approach, then I could see an argument that they didn't expect it to be fixed, but
That's for balancing mistakes. That they rarely fix while the league is ongoing, but bugs they will always hammer into the ground.
okay. Fair. Yeah, I did hear something about them 6-linking. I was like, And I just thought to myself, there's no way that's going to stay, so I'm not even going to bother trying to figure out how to do it.
Same thought. The moment I read that this was possible, I was just laughing, and I saw it coming. It's just, okay, there's going to be a lot of unhappy dudes.
I was going to actually look at it and see if they'd made a statement on it, maybe saying, okay, yeah, this is obviously not intended, but we're gonna let you have it for this league, or if they're gonna hammer it to the ground. I expected them to remove it, but
Yeah, they did announce that, and then they deleted it, basically.
I did mean to check it, but then I forgot.
Godslayer.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely predictable, right? So,
Yeah, probably.
I don't really see how anybody would be fainting surprise with, oh my god, how did that happen? Yeah, come on, dude. Come on, dude.
Why did they do that? I can't see why anybody would want to make a change to something so cool.
Yeah. It's just, I don't know what to say. It's just fucking stupid that people actually thought this would survive, but here we are.
To be fair, though, it is cool.
It is cool, yeah, but
Also,
obviously not
stupid, but
yeah.
should the rule of cool apply and just be like, yep, we fucked up, you're gonna have it for this league?
I don't know if that would have changed much for the people in standard, because you could pull it off in standard too, and the people were doing it, because there are, I think it's heist items that do you have implicit, like, I don't know, 50% increased physical damage modifiers, right? So if you roll 100% increased fist damage on that bow, it'll turn into 150%, right? They have those implicits, but they come with a downside that says, well, this item can only have 3 sockets. That's your bow now. Congratulations. And this craft was bypassing those as well. And then these people are buying or selling and buying items that clearly say this item can't have more than 3 sockets, and it's 6-linked, and nobody thinks about it and goes like, maybe this is a bug, I'm not sure about that, let me just spend a fuck ton on this item and see what happens. And well,
What you're saying is fuck around and find out.
Hail, Godslayer.
Oh shit, my headset's dying. Oh, yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, obviously it's broken and it shouldn't be in, and I see the problem with Standard League, because it's gonna be stuck in there forever. You're gonna have these items that are completely fucking busted. But I guess a part of me would be like, yeah, okay, so this is obviously not a thing, but we'll let you have it for this league, and by the end of the league, we'll remove them from Standard as well.
Yeah, they could. I mean, sure, they could have done it, but what this really means is that the people that don't give a fuck about social media and bug reports or patch notes or whatever, they still would not have known, and there would have been hundreds or thousands more of these items.
Surely they have a way of displaying it in game, like they can display server shutdowns and stuff. They can display that they have
yeah.
a sale on shop and stuff.
They've never done that for bug fixes, as far as I know. They could have done that, I guess, but yeah, they didn't.
I would
Maybe
assume that they have the power to put a giant fucking pop-up in the middle of your screen.
They probably could do that too, yeah.
And being like have a timer on it that says, read this. It's important.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe they should do something like that in the future to make it really idiot-proof, but
I mean, that definitely
doesn't-
would like make everybody notice it, right? If people don't see social media, they don't follow the Path of Exile stuff. If they have stuff like that, they could likely be like, put a message on your screen that you need to click somewhere to go away.
yeah.
And it could just when you
No.
try to click it, it would say, read this, it concerns your items.
Have you heard of Valdo maps? Have you found a Valdo's puzzle?
Yes.
Or puzzle?
And people are dying, losing their characters, and they didn't know why.
Right. And if you enter the map, there's a pop-up that says, dude, if you die, this character will be moved to a void league. You can't play this character anymore. You can't get the gear. It's gone. Do you want to proceed? Yes or no? And people are clicking, yeah, sure. And then they die and complain on the forums, hey, my character's gone.
Yeah,
What
but
the fuck?
so you'd need to have it not just be something you could just click away. That's the key part.
Probably, yeah. I don't know.
Because a pop-up comes up, you just close it. 9 out of 10 times you don't read it, right? So there has to be some sort of like, you can't just close it. You need to have, like, it needs to kind of prompt you, hey, you can't just close this. There's something to read. It's important. And then if you still don't read it, then it's your fault.
I guess so, but the point is, idiot-proof, unfortunately, doesn't really
I mean,
exist.
you can't idiot-proof, but you can get closer than they are.
Yeah, true.
And I don't think it will take much coding even to just show a message somewhere. They could even show it in chat, right? Like they do with the server outages or something.
Yeah, they could. Maybe they should have. Maybe that's something they'll do in the future. I don't know.
Yeah, just
Honestly,
they could just pop a message on your screen that stays there for like 30 seconds in the middle of it or something. It's like you don't have any way of shutting it off, and it just happens every time you log in. And it's not long enough that it's gonna really mess with you, but it's also not so short that you don't notice what's there.
Sure. I mean, I don't mind how they exactly do it, and honestly, I think people can and should be expected to have some degree of intelligence. Does that sound arrogant? I don't know.
Nah, I mean, I get what you mean. People should expect that this is not supposed to be there. You know that there can't be 6 sockets on a Squire. You know there can't be 6 sockets on a Mjolnir. You know that. You know it has 3.
Yeah.
But at the same time, everything should be available in the game, is my opinion. And I get patch notes is kind of hard to just put in there. But something like that would be a prime example of something you just announce in game real quick with a little thing, and then that's it.
Yeah,
It's not necessary, and I don't feel sorry for anybody who lost their shit. Like, you should have known. Like, if I was using something bugged like that, I'm taking it off my character and putting the gems out of it before I log off every time, that's for sure. If I cared about what was in there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean...
And I keep a backup so that when it's removed, my character still works.
I'm pretty much on the same page. There should be more info in the game available, yes, but at the same time, I also think that people should be somewhat aware of what they're doing, and you can't tell me that these people didn't know it was busted, fucked up, and bugged, and would be fixed at some point.
Yeah, if you get to the point where you know to look for these items, you know that they don't have 6 sockets. And in the case of Kaom's Heart, it literally says has no sockets, right?
Yeah.
And you know that these items only have 3. Like, I can see the argument that you might think that Mjolnir is a 2-hander, but then you're not wearing a fucking shield, right? Like, that should be the giveaway.
The moment you combine it with a 6-socketed squire, you should know something is wrong here. But...
Yeah, I mean, if you know to combine Mjolnir with Squire, I would assume you know that there's only 3 sockets in those items.
Yeah. And not only that, these items were expensive as fuck. So there's no way you just some noob rolling around and be like, oh, let me spend a couple dozen exalted divines on this item and then buy another item that's just as expensive. Then surely there's nothing wrong with that.
Surely.
Absolutely not. Come on, fuck off.
Nah, they knew, and I don't feel sorry for them. I do think that popping it up on in the game would be a good idea. But I think I'm gonna hop off now. I think it's bedtime. I have a family thing tomorrow. I have some things to think about before Sunday. I'll figure out what we're playing and I'll try to level it, I think. And then we can get to working.
Yep. Sounds good.
Thanks for the help. I appreciate it. Learned a lot, I think.
Welcome.
Good night, man.
And have a good night.
Likewise. Alright, this stream took a bit of a turn I wasn't expecting, but it was fun. I had fun. I enjoyed it. We didn't get, we did a map, and then we looked at a cool build, and I think I learned a decent chunk of things. I am a bit more confident in tackling. We could outright just play the thing. I'm gonna save it. There is a part of me that wants to build my own thing. I need to figure out whether or not that means I have to figure out the concept myself, or if I'm good to go with having made as many changes as we have made on that build. Otherwise, I did learn a decent chunk about life scaling, and I have some ideas where I want to put my efforts. The question is if it's feasible. So I'm thinking that we've stuck into an Inquisitor so I can get to leveling it. Whether or not it's going to be... what exactly it's going to be doing, I am not entirely sure of, but we'll see. But yeah, I'm going to go to bed. Remember, no stream tomorrow. I'm at a family thing. I'm not sure when I get home, and I know I'm going to be tired. Nina's been away all week. So we're probably just gonna chill tomorrow, and I'll be back Sunday. I could possibly add a Tuesday stream. When is Diablo? Diablo is on Tuesday. Nina ain't home, so we're streaming Tuesday. I'm adding Tuesday instead. So no stream tomorrow, and I'm popping in a Tuesday stream, and then we'll stream Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then we'll see how Diablo Season 4 is, and I don't know if maybe we'll bounce between the games. I'm not entirely sure what we'll do. It could be Diablo one day, PoE the other day, or it could be hard grind Diablo for a week or two and then maybe play it off stream for the rest of the season, or I'm not quite sure, but I do want to try it. But I am not done with PoE, especially not if we have a new build to do. So yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope I'll see you all Sunday. Good night, guys.